Welcome to the 0 people listening right now. Welcome to Red Pill Nation Hangout number 454. First solo episode in a little while, I think. I was going to do this show on Sunday, but instead I ended up doing the Naroki 5 live stream on a certain Twitter mob started up by a certain Twitter user who got butthurt over the fact that I called out her BS. Oh, look at that. We're at 2 now. Thanks to the 2 people who paid attention. Yeah, I did mislabel the time. I did it somehow and failed to notice the fact that I put 9:45 a.m. when in fact it was going to be 9:45 p.m. Started a little late. I just wanted to give a couple people a chance to jump in. They haven't. So, yeah, this is going to be a solo episode tonight. I'm going to be doing a couple of different things here. Site news, not really any new site news. I am at Twitch and Kick. I'm still working on, my production times and the times that I'm going to be on are going to be a little bit varied over the next 2 or 3 months. Started a new job, have to get myself out of a rather precariously deep hole, partially created by me, but also partially created by a certain other person that I chose to put a little too much faith in personally. So yeah, I have got this to take care of. Unfortunately, Roger is not here, so I know what you were kind of hoping for. You were kind of hoping that maybe I was going to play the romantic music and play Lauren Southern's Love Note to Destiny before with Andrew Wilson reading it. But unfortunately, he is not here, so he does not get to experience this particular happy joy moment, and that is really all there is to it. He does not. Yeah, he missed the boat on that one. So yeah, I have added a few more. What I have done though is I have added a few other videos in here so that people can take a look at them. You will probably start seeing me add a few more in as time goes along. I don't really have that much to actually say at this point, other than, you know what, the show must go on, and the show is going to go on tonight, and that is really all there is to it. So what are the topics tonight? The topics are, and I got to give a couple of updates before we get into this. But updates are going to be on Kenneth Darlington. Found some very curious stuff about that. I have to issue a correction about the 5 boys that were found not guilty, and about who paid out what in terms of a settlement. And I'm going to also throw in some closing comments on the Twitter mob, which of course, if you listen to the Naroki 5 live stream on Sunday afternoon, you would have caught that. And that was a rather interesting story. But you know what? I just want to put that particular post and this particular event to bed. As incredible as it might seem, though, was still dealing with some fallout from that particular event, even as late as an hour ago. Rather autistic individual repeated the same thing over probably about 10 times on my feed. Actually kind of pathetic if you actually stop and think about it. But I mean, that is exactly what this guy did. I think I can somehow live with his moral indignation. And I think probably if you're listening to me, you probably deal with his moral indignation as well. like I say, I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball into this in terms of like I found some old video content that I have on another channel called Edmonton Filmmakers Group, which I will start sharing here. I was running a film group in Edmonton at one point. Unfortunately, life happened and I had to stop doing it. But yeah, it's still around. But anyway, let's just get into the topics here. So the topics for for those of you who don't know, one other thing, Rumble is now my largest channel. Rumble passed BitChute this week. So in order of size of following, Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, MGTOW TV, Brighteon, and YouTube is shockingly getting close to like 80 subs, which is a bit of a mystery to me. Yes, like I said, I will be attempting to and I will put the Patreon down below there. Yeah, patreon.com is Red Pill Nation, although I haven't really posted up there in a while. I probably should get back to that. Sorry, folks, not exactly about the money person here. That's probably going to change. Those of you who don't know, I'm also at Minds, Facebook, Minds, Gab, MeWe, TLB Talks, and Getter. I do have a Truth Social account, but I don't really use it all that much. I've got a couple of other accounts that I haven't used in a while. Yeah, life happens. That type of a deal. So what are the topics tonight? Well, again, I'm going to start out with topic 0. I have to give you some particular updates that I noticed. I may expand on them if you want me to, but I'm not going to be pushing particularly hard on this. But topic number 1, Trump calls up National Guard to secure Washington, D.C. Police commander in D.C. caught manipulating crime stats. Yeah, those are definitely two stories that tie together. Topic number 2, white hate writer Doreen St. Felix runs away after a New Yorker magazine article about Sydney Sweeney backfires. Topic number 3, Roblox caught protecting child predators in its online game. Topic number 4, police in Surrey, England set up a sting to capture the real criminals out there. The cat callers, that type of thing. Nothing about immigrants or anything like that. No, the real criminals are the cat callers. And then I'm just going to be blunt about this. There is a strangely high Jewish content or US content about this show tonight, both positive and negative. First one is ADL declares America First movement as anti-Semitic, and topic number 6, Toronto International Film Festival withdraws invitation for Israeli documentary The Road Between Us over copyright issues and backtracks when caught lying. Pretty obvious as to what happened there. I don't have to really get into too much detail about that. But without any further ado, let me just hold on a second. Let me just get into one little thing here because I want to timestamp these before I move. Before I get into the actual thing itself. Starting with topic 0. Now, this is going to be a rather interesting little tidbit that I'm going to share with you here, because at the time when this happened, I had a slightly different take than I do now. And what ended up happening here is that Kenneth Darlington shot up some bro-blockade protesters over a Canadian copper mine in Panama that had basically been sold off for pennies on the dollar. And at the time, it looked like Kenneth Darlington was just a grumpy old man who got into a conflict with protesters, with a bunch of enviro protesters in Canada. And that's really basically how it looked from the outside. If you took a look at it and you took a look at it from the outside, that's how it would appear to have been the case. However, some recent revelations have revealed that this is not necessarily the case. Kenneth Darlington is tied in with a bank that well, first of all, he has multiple criminal charges facing him in the United States, which is why he's living in Panama and not in the US. That was something, and most of them are firearms related. Again, this particular slant head was rather right-wing friendly at the time, which is probably why it got some favorable coverage and why I was kind of like sort of fooled by what was going on. Turns out, Kenneth Darlington, and I can't remember the specific details, but I can actually provide you the Rumble video, and I will put that down in the low bar after this show has been fixed, is finished. Detailing all the dealing details. He is tied directly into the bank that had something to do with that company. By the way, it is a Canadian company. I should point that out. If you're under any inclination to think that Canada is somehow this great, big, huge moral country, it's not. I know. I live here. It is definitely not that. But I mean, it's tied into something called the Panama Papers. And what the Panama Papers involved was just a humongous amount of, well, money laundering. And it involves some very, very heavy individuals. The woman that was responsible for covering this found herself mysteriously unalived in an car auto explosion, probably because she exposed some very powerful people. I don't know all of the specifics. There's definitely some clear connotations that the deal signed by this Canadian company and the government of Panama was not what it appeared to be. What made this particular topic so right-wing friendly at the time was that Extinction Revolution was still really active at this point. And it gave me the impression, and it probably gave more than a few people the distinct impression that this was somehow tied into that, which laid the groundwork for the political right in North America to be kind of sympathetic to the individual who was doing this. And as it so turns out, again, a lot of Darlington's associates are linked to the bank that was tied into the Panama Papers, and also into the bank that also into the government institutions that were responsible for this Canadian company mining copper in Panama at the moment. So yeah, kind of changes things. Darlington is not a grumpy old man anymore. He is probably more closely associated with it being involved in government corruption and so forth. So yeah, that's a very distinct change from what I thought about this particular situation in the first place. And yeah, just giving you a heads up on that. Yeah, I will, like I say, I will be putting the Rumble video that that I was listening to in the low bar at the end of the show for you to go and take a look at it, and then for you to determine for yourself. This is the same woman, by the way, who exposed the that exposed the Roblox scandal, and I will actually be bringing up some information I learned about her, about that particular situation, later on tonight. But without any further ado, let's just get into the topics proper. And of course, me got to timestamp everything here. So yeah, let me just get back here. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm hanging out by myself tonight here. So yeah, not necessarily the most organized or the most coordinated individual. There we go. I want to take the. By the way, yeah, I'm taking the banner down. I will put the banner up at the end of the show. But yeah, so topic number one. Trump calls out the National Guard to secure Washington, D.C. Police commander in D.C. caught manipulating crime stats. This was a very, very big deal. Of course, you have seen the mainstream media and all the leftist outlets comparing what Trump is doing there to, of course, I really don't give a shit if the show gets blocked on YouTube. I don't fucking care any longer. The whole issue with this is that, even the media outlets, and there are some, even like the left wing media outlets, the establishment media outlets in DC, had been commenting on the crime situation in Washington, D.C. As is usual and this is something that I've noticed a lot and this is something that I noticed a lot more in the first Trump administration, is that, various people within government would bake the books or cook the books to make things look not as bad as they actually were, mostly to make Trump look bad. Now, I'm not saying I'm Team Trump all the way, but it's like Washington, D.C. has gone Democrat since I've been aware of how voting goes. And there's been, there was one mayor who somehow managed to avoid jail time when he got caught not selling drugs, but I believe he was caught smoking them and in possession of them. Marion Young, I think his name was, or Marion Barry. The current DC mayor knowingly looked the other way when he looked the other way when back in 2020, when the Republicans held their convention in DC, failed to provide adequate protection to the attendees of that particular event. And there were multiple cases, Dan Bongino's being the most, of people leaving that event, and while they weren't being harassed while they were at the event, they were definitely being harassed as they were leaving. DC mayor also has curiously, although they certainly were right in there on January the 6th, DC mayor was also rather curiously slow to react when riots during the first Trump administration caused the church across the street from the White House to be torched and burnt down. DC is known to have some of the highest crime rates in the United States. Uh, Now, on the surface, things looked, well, I'm going to just say it, things looked relatively calm and peaceful until, of course, this being Washington, the U.S. government has ways of verifying information above and separate from the stats that are being provided by the city. Now, there was I don't know, it wasn't the chief, I believe it wasn't the chief of police, but it was definitely, it was definitely definitely a high level commander inside the Washington police, the DC police department, that got caught baking the numbers. There's also been a consistent and regular failure of the DC police to act on rampant drug use. Even in some of the safer neighborhoods in DC, it was very dangerous to be walking around at night. Uh, a consistent refusal of the people that were actually responsible for running the actual city of the Washington D.C. or Washington District of Columbia itself. And Trump finally had enough, in particular when this particular police commander got caught baking the numbers, and he brought in he had to bring in the National Guard to could restore some semblance of safety and sanity to keep in mind, this is the capital of the most powerful country on the planet. Like, call me crazy, I mean, but there are and while the very powerful political elites don't necessarily have to worry about their safety, there's a lot of people in DC that do. And and a lot, like most people in DC, most bureaucrats, whatever, do not have bodyguard assigned to them from the U.S. Secret Service, etc., etc., etc. Right? Like, it doesn't happen. So the whole thing, just the reality of and this is something that I have seen both sides of the political aisle do, but the habit of when you bake the numbers and the numbers don't reflect what is actually going on outside, and even with the relative bubble that the president and his immediate cabinet and Senate and Congress and the Supreme Court and all of the protections that they enjoy from the U.S. Secret Service have, that doesn't necessarily mean that their assistants have those same. The senior bureaucrats might enjoy having Secret Service details, but the people who work underneath him don't. The elites that made the talking heads that appear on the political talk shows have the luxury of having drivers, whatever, take them back and forth to their site, back and forth to where they live when they're working in DC. The people that work underneath them don't. So, and it's like, even like the only thing that I could see as to the reason why the numbers started getting a little bit out of whack is because, I mean, even the elites started noticing. And I just suddenly realized I forgot to cover the Hockey Canada and the Twitter mob. I will take care of that. I will go back to that after I'm done here. The issue is that if it's at the point where the president himself has to intervene, you have a rather serious problem here. And of course, there was the usual comparisons to the Nazis, which of course don't hold up. Although they, of course, right, again, right, I saw just like literally less than an hour ago around the issue of abortion, except of course that particular issue around abortion was done while Biden was in office. Yes, the ruling was made by the Supreme Court, but I have to keep reminding people that, I mean, those abortion law simply and merely booted the issue back to the states. Trump has gone on the record as to saying that it was on back of the states. So that is not even a necessary and popular, like, the parallels between Trump and Hitler are just not there. Like, they don't hold up to scrutiny. They don't hold up to muster. And that's really all there is to it. And, what the mainstream media does not want to talk about in this particular situation is the fact that, I mean, like, the situation in DC became bad enough that they actually had to call out the National Guard to do the job because the local Washington, D.C. police were not doing their goddamn jobs. They weren't. And, that's gonna have to call a spade there, man. It's like the DC police were not doing their jobs. Fairly high up commander was caught cooking the books to make it look as though it wasn't a thing. And that's stuff that I saw on Twitter and Instagram and, of course, Threads, although I don't really look at Threads very much. The crime rate is down. The commander who was probably responsible for the stats was caught cooking the books. Yeah, you don't hear about that on the mainstream media for whatever reason. Well, actually, we know for whatever reason, but again, right, the fact that the president had to intervene about the safety and livability of the capital of the United States, that he can't trust the mayor and the chief of the police and the city council to do the necessary job for them, I think is a pretty stinging indictment about what is going on here. And, the left can try to play that up. And the Democrats can try to play that up as much as humanly possible, right? Again, this is why there's an alt media, though, because there's an alt media. And, like, of course, every time the media lies like this or tries to twist facts around, a little bit more of the credibility is going. In fact, on 455, I will actually be discussing about the fact that MSNBC has changed its name, about how CNN looks like it's about ready to cave in on itself. Yeah, like, there's some very curious things happening with them. Again, right, the media is running out of support. They're running out of money. And they're running out of time. And yet they still keep insisting on doubling down and lying about this stuff. So, the situation in DC, and again, I gotta emphasize this. I am by no means a hardcore Trump supporter. He's been on a bit of a roll, though, you got to admit. And, what can I possibly say? There's just, literally, no chance. Especially in light of the fact that a commander in DC was caught cooking the books around crime stats, that this particular thing, that this probably wasn't necessary. If your own police, the people who are responsible for the safety and well-being of the citizens of DC, cannot be trusted to do their jobs and report honestly on the situation, like, that is pretty, that says a lot. And with that, I'm finished talking about this. I am going to have to go back, and I have to apologize for this because I forgot about the other two topics that I was going to cover, and I did mean because I do have to issue one particular correction to something. And that correction involves who, because what ended up happening with these 5 hockey players that got sent to trial. And like I said, I've covered this multiple times in the past. Now, one of the things that emboldened the lawsuit in this particular situation was the fact that a party had settled. Now, at the time when I did this story, and there was a whole bunch, and again, right, there was a whole bunch of spurging out by feminists and by progressives and so on and so forth. And then, of course, what ended up happening is that when people actually started looking at the actual story itself and what happened and who was involved and whatnot, it became very clear that this was very much like what they had tried to do with John Gomeshi, and what they also tried to do with Gregory Allen Elliott a few years ago, is that they were trying to platform this situation into being able to pass some laws in Britain, that in Canada, that would have resulted in the same sort of thing that was going on in Britain. Now, I was at the impression at the time that when this girl and her parents forwarded this lawsuit, that it was the NHL that had paid up. No, it wasn't the NHL that paid up. It was actually Hockey Canada that actually paid up. I have to correct myself on that. I had somebody who I knew who actually used to play in the NHL pointed that out to me. So, yeah, I'm issuing a correction. It wasn't the NHL that paid off the settlement. It was Hockey Canada. I still stand by the fact that this is just me speculating that the whole situation around it was indeed a political ploy done by the Minister of Sport. Now, I've covered this particular Minister of Sport before. She initiated a program a few months back when Justin Trudeau was still the Prime Minister, which basically treated masculinity and I know because I played sports as a kid, about the whole male sports culture is toxic masculinity, and this is going to be an underground swell that I'm seeing. I believe her name is Melanie Jolie, keeps trying to push. Like, she literally was on the record as saying that the sport of hockey in Canada was in trouble and in danger if over this trial, and a bunch of hype was made up about it that really didn't actually apply to the event itself. And they pushed ahead on it, and it was like when it became also the judge noticed this right away. The judge was a woman, by the way, and this was a bench. I believe this was a bench trial. The evidence just simply wasn't there, and that's something that you won't hear the media in Canada talk about at all in any form or capacity. And that's it. Now, time for me to put, and you have to go to the Naroki live stream number 8, which is the one I did on Sunday instead of the regular RPN show. Now, I'm just going to go through the highlights here, give you the Reader's Digest version. I encounter, and again, I have to say this on a regular basis, I am a member of a lot of manosphere groups on Facebook. Now, one of the things that gets posted up very, 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 I mean very frequently on Facebook in manosphere groups is this hateful, very obviously man-hate, misandric content that gets posted up on Facebook. In fact, I'm probably going to, when I get around to doing, and yeah, since I'm now since I'm now going to be basically now that I actually am starting my new job here, I am going to be doing this a little bit more often. The rookie live stream a little bit more often. I will actually be covering one particular uh, feminist content creator who gets posted up quite a bit because she really posts up a lot of hateful misandric material. And I will also point out something about this. I have been to the feminist sites and I have looked down. I do not see them. And there are, I will be freely admit, there are some guys in the manosphere that are very, very unhinged and very hateful and very dangerous, right? But I don't see feminists taking that content and posting it up at their group. I am seeing a lot of it go the other way, though, which is something that I think a lot of men need to be made aware of. One of the posts that got posted up was by a Twitter account. I will just call her Angel, and her tweet, for lack of a better term, on X was her making a comment about the manosphere and making a comment about what men should be like and what is really sexy. And she did it in a way that was like, just like, wow, that is kind of depraved and disgusting, right? So I took that tweet, saved it, and I posted up a response to her on my feed, on my feed, not her feed, on my feed. But I did bring it to her attention, which is something that I will do quite frequently. I will bring it to her. I brought it to her attention. And I've been doing this for a while, and I mean, I only got maybe like about 60 odd followers. Like, I don't do this for popularity. I do this because it's just a place for me to like respond to them, right? I've had one other one respond, but this particular, and it turns out she is an OnlyFans model. My response to her when I checked her profile is that she was an OnlyFans model and tatted up as hell and post up a lot of political rhetoric and has severe Trump derangement syndrome, whatever. But my response to her is basically that I don't take orders on how to be a man from an OnlyFans model. Now, if you're a member of the manosphere and you're listening to it, yeah, you shouldn't be taking directions on how to be a man from an OnlyFans model. She took that tweet and she openly called for lack of a better term, a race show. Basically, she sent a Twitter mob after me, or an X mob. Now, in the past, like say pre Elon Musk taking control of Twitter, a Twitter mob usually meant you lost your account. Now, I've dealt with Twitter mobs from both the right and the left. So it's not just something that it's exclusively the propriety of the right to do this type of thing. The whole issue was that she did call out a Twitter mob, and I got 22,000 looks, and I got about 160 odd people coming at me. And I received all sorts of things, comments about my sexuality. I lost track of the number of times I got called an incel. MAGA, the one dude just like literally, which is kind of ironic because I just covered Donald Trump. One guy just could not stop commenting about MAGA. And again, by the way, I am not necessarily Team Trump. Andrew Tate got mentioned once. Some people seem to think that the ratio in of itself was a big deal. There was a number of issues, and I only had to deal with the full blown fallout on this for probably about 24 hours. Now, I have got some experience dealing with these mobs before, and you don't like. I mean, yeah. In my experience, they're not particularly smart. They're not there to engage. They're not there to have intelligent conversation. They're just there to yell and scream at you. So I'm not going to waste my time discussing things with them. I am just going to like, as if they're there to just try. And again, like I saw a lot of people quite clearly being ignorant on purpose. I just kind of like went, yeah, you know what? I'm finished talking to you. I'm done talking to you, right? And I started blocking. One individual actually tried to shame me into not blocking people, and I'm like, oh no, man, I am a member of the Manosphere. Uh, Also, by the way, one of the other issues is that I also got told is, why don't you go? If you're gonna go your own way, go your own way. It's like, yeah, well, first of all, going my own way means that I go my way on my terms, not what some snarky little simp tells me is me going my own way. Just thought I'd let you know that. The whole issue here is the fact that it's I had to resort to blocking whatever, and after about a day or so, like the amount of activity went down. What finally pushed me over the top though was when I finally had the time to go back and like review some of the posts. There was one individual in there that shared my post and basically accused me of being a pedophile, which had absolutely nothing to do with the post at all, which kind of forced me to have to go and report her for targeted harassment. And I had to report that guy who accused me of being a pedo for targeted harassment. They were also very clear. They were very clearly trying to like build this mob up because there were people that were not directly involved in this that were going in. Anyway, bottom line here is that last thing I did before I reported her tweet about her targeted harassment is I went over and I looked at her actual tweet on her page. And I looked at the comments, and there were individuals in there who were like claiming that they had come over and said something to me when I damn well know that they hadn't. I'm just going to say this: a lot of simps out there. Don't fucking simp. And yeah, I mean, it's a lot less. Like, it's one thing to say don't simp, but at the same time, I do understand that don't simp also means, that you have to be able to teach people how not to simp, because there's a lot of men out there that just don't know how not to simp. They're so used to doing it. And again, right, that included me at one point, right? Like, it's one thing to say, how do you not simp, right? Like that's a big issue. And there's a lot of these guys out there, and I believe, and this is just an opinion, if you're free to get into it with me later on if you want to, but I'm of the opinion that these men that simped for her over this are probably a much bigger threat than I ever will be. Also, I found it rather peculiar that I was being called a raging misogynist from men that were championing trans women in sports, which, by the way, trans women or men in women's sports is the ultimate form of misogyny. Yeah, that was not lost on me either. So yeah, there was a whole bunch of stuff. I was literally still dealing with one idiot who was, I think he might be autistic, but he went in yesterday and he posted up multiple times the same thing. Yeah, he's autistic, he stutters, whatever, right? I dealt with him and I blocked him, but I mean, that particular event is over. The lesson here is that ultimately the account still stands. The issue around it and the tweet is still up, and my account link to Twitter is down in the low bar if you want to go have a look. Yeah, you know what? Like, this is actually a serious issue, and it's one I think you probably, I mean, you got to understand something. The guys that all came at me, they were simps. They were weak men who were willing to sell themselves out on the off, or some type of weird female fucking validation, which is just actually even more pathetic. And ultimately, what I think it came down to is that, I mean, like, you know, where else does this show up for these men? I gotta say it, like, where else does this show up for them? Right. And that's something I gotta put out to you guys too. Like, where else does this show up when you're dealing with a man like this? Like, where else does it show up for you? Right? Like, would you trust this guy with trade secrets? Would you trust this guy to hold a lot of money? Would you trust this guy with personal details in your life? Because this is an individual that will just spill the beans to any woman that's out there on the off chance that he's going to get some action. Right? Like, really goddamn pathetic. Like, it is. Sorry, it is. It's just goddamn pathetic. And with that, though, I am done discussing this. Now, if it comes up in another form or faction down the road, I will deal with it again. But yeah, I'm through talking about this particular event. The whole thing, and you will probably be able to see it because I blocked a lot of these individuals because it was very clear that they were just there to troll. Right? So the whole thing is there for you to take a look at on my Twitter feed. Feel free. If you feel like you want to comment, go ahead. If you think I acted inappropriately or cowardly by blocking, well, you know what? I honestly don't give a shit, right? I don't really give a shit about how these individuals take my content or how they respond. And, you know, yeah, that's really all there is to it, man. These individuals are going to be these individuals are going to contribute far more to the end of Western society than I ever will. And you can pretty much take that to the bank. And with that, I am going to go on to the next topic here, which is this woman right here. Her name is Doreen St. Felix. Now, Doreen St. Felix made a big mistake. She posted up a article at New Yorker magazine, of all places, spurging the fuck out about Sydney Sweeney, of all people. And yeah, it was a bad article. It got a lot of laughs in the manosphere. And however, what actually also happened to Doreen St. Felix when she did this bullshit article is that people actually started going back into her Twitter feed, and you saw, and we ran into a whole bunch of rather interesting tweets, which I will read out for you. And I got to point out something to you here. New Yorker magazine published this article. They gave this woman a platform. And I am really starting to lose. I never really had a lot of faith in East Coast elites before, But I mean, you know, uh, I'm seeing rather skivvy, immoral, like not particularly smart takes from the New York Times. The fact that that New Yorker magazine, which at one point, and I distinctly remember this because I remember watching these commercials in the world. New Yorker magazine was so full of themselves, they called themselves the best magazine in the world. No word of a lie there. They actually said that about themselves. Yeah, that's not a word of a lie. But anyway, let's just get into some of the wonderful tweets that, and when Doreen St. Felix got, well, I will just read off some of these tweets and you'll understand. And again, I will post these at some point. These tweets will be posted up here. November 24th, 2014. It's not you white people per se, but it's everything that protects you so it can kill me. It's not your face so much, but it's not your face, but it is so much your face. It's really going to suck when we have a white president again. September 25th, 2015. White terrorism is a redundant phrase. This white squad commercial, I am tired of your satire, your hoppy beers, your mediocre dick. Please just leave, please. June 11th, 2015. Right like no white is watching. June 4th, 2015. White people who literally started a plague because they couldn't wash their asses need never say they got taught black people hygiene. Been to Africa, man. It's not a strange coincidence that like Ebola keeps emerging there before you start pointing stuff out about how white people have bad hygiene. January 13th, 2015. Of course, white people don't bathe. It's in their blood. Their lack of hygiene literally started the bubonic plague. Actually, the bubonic plague started in China. Lice always existed. Not overly familiar where the origins of syphilis were. I do know that syphilis started out in Europe, but again, right? Like, wow, just ignorance. And March 27th, 2015, middle-class white people thinks hospital is a place to go when you're sick, that the police are who you need to go to when you need safety. Yeah, that's pretty obvious what that is for. And by the way, this post got 19 likes, and this one got 27 likes. March 31st, 2015, any and all trauma I have in regards to intellectually comes from working under white people who didn't work as hard as I did. Well, that is just bullshit. She clearly and evidently profited off of white hate. Like, that is beyond any doubt at all that she's particularly profited off of white hate. But wait, I'm not done with her. I got a couple more here that I can bring up for you. Here, this one is particularly special. Posted up December 24th, 2014. I hate white men. You are all the worst. Go nurse your fucking Oedipal complexes and leave the earth to the browns and white and women. To be on April 7th, 2015. To be honest, white people fills me with a lot of hate. Can't really be a prude about it anymore. I'm often angry and hateful about it. Yeah, this is a wonderful fucking individual that, again, an elitist publication like New Yorker magazine gave a platform to. So what happened about this? Well, here, let me just quickly show you. I'll leave it up for a minute. When she posted up the Sydney Sweeney article, and of course it was loaded with racial overtones or whatever, people started looking at her account. Lo and behold, she got called out on it and she ran. This, however, is just the tip of the iceberg. What really needs to be pointed out here is that New Yorker magazine, the quote-unquote greatest magazine in the world and the greatest magazine that ever was, allowed an individual like this to write articles in their magazine. And she probably, I don't know her exact publishing record, but it's probably pretty safe to say that she had these up. She probably has posted up stuff like this before, and New Yorker magazine has allowed it. And again, right, I was watching a video here just yesterday about Andrew Wilson talking about the quote-unquote New York elites. And it's very, very clear that this crowd is not in touch with reality of what is going on around them, which, by the way, is why you're seeing a lot of the mainstream media outlets, which are based out of New York City and LA, are dropping the ball so horrendously. And going back to the issue about Donald Trump and Washington, D.C., if a group that lives in this kind of a bubble is this isolated and even they are noticing that there's a problem, like, you have a problem. Like, you have a problem that you need to fix in a really, really bad way. And there's absolutely no doubt about it. Doreen St. Felix, can you imagine if a white writer, say at the Atlanta Journal, would publish something like this, saying stuff like this about Black people or Hispanics? That writer would never be working for a legitimate magazine again. Yet, Doreen St. Felix, and I can't remember her name, Sarah, I believe her name was Sarah Zhang over at the New York Times, who also got caught posting up really vile anti-white racism. And don't give me this bullshit about how Blacks and Asians and whatnot can't be racist. The dictionary definition of racism is a belief in the superiority of one race over another. It doesn't specifically say the white race, right? So don't fucking even go there. And if you do go there, well, I think you're a fucking idiot. So, have a nice day. Yeah, very, very interesting article. And again, right, you got to start to wonder what it is about this that, made, again, Doreen St. Felix got to the level where the New Yorker magazine was publishing her content. Just let that sink in. Yet another elitist New York publication allowing another toxic individual to go ahead and post this stuff up without any kind of a filter, without checking anything. And with that, I'm going to run a video, which I was going to actually start do right at the start of the show, but I'm going to run it now. I think kind of demonstrates the point about how this mentality works. Yes, this woman is not obviously Black like Doreen St. Felix, and it is AI. You got a problem with AI? Problem is you, not me. Just thought I'd let you know that. But anyway, here you go. Enjoy for a couple of minutes.
She believes in equality, unless you bring up the military draft. Accountability is her kryptonite. Therapists call her a walking gold mine. She thinks sleeping with dozens of men empowers her, and even the men she sleeps with agree. She shouts her abortions, and let's just say she shouts a lot. She's a happiness coach, even though she's miserable. She was taught there's over 70 genders in college, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars to learn. She self-diagnoses and likes telling everyone about it. She hates when men objectify women's bodies, but for $4.99 a month, you can objectify hers. She calls herself a boss-ass bitch, Others just call her a bossy bitch. She has a lot of cats, but not nearly as many as she will have. She has a dad, but she doesn't really talk to him. He doesn't think we live in World War II Germany. No, she thinks we live in an even worse time and place. She nags to go on podcasts to debate, and then sues them when she loses. Her OnlyFans is worth less than a McDonald's breakfast. She likes black men until they display misogyny. Then she calls the cops, who are all bastards, by the way. She is the most feminist woman in the world.
There you go, folks. Yeah, very interesting. Interesting video. Yeah, I got a couple more, including from a site that I used to, a group that I used to run. And I will be bringing those up. I will be bringing up one of those videos at the end of the show for you to look at. So enjoy. But yeah, let's move on to the next particular topic on this, which is God, why does Teams always take so goddamn long to bring the topic up? All right, topic number 3 on this. Oh, wow. All right, Roblox. Yeah, Roblox. All right. Now, this was one of those this is one of those issues that apparently, and I remember my comments about Kenneth Darlington came from a woman who had been going after Roblox for a large number of years. And, the whole situation here is that, and again, let's just get into some of the background here. The CEO of Roblox has been seen publicly with some well-known globalist leaders. The Roblox site, if you remember this particular photo, I'm just going to bring this up. Yeah, that is Roblox, by the way. That is the Roblox. That is the Roblox account. Roblox had been letting Antifa, they had been letting BLM in, they had been clearly letting in pedophiles. They have been clearly letting this group in and running wild. And there were individuals, including this one woman, who would actually, again, right, in a very strange and perhaps not coincidental pattern, which seems to involve people who expose pedophiles online. The individuals who expose them face more serious consequences than the individuals who were taking part in it. Now, it's very, very clear, given some of the fact that Roblox, by the way, apparently the whole thing with Roblox goes back pre-Epstein. So this has been going on for an extremely long time. What happened is that Roblox just decided to go after the people that were exposing the pedophiles and not actually going after the pedophiles themselves. And this was going to eventually get fire back in their face. And yeah, it did eventually fall back into their face. And again, right, with a lot of review, the head of safety at Roblox and the site has some very, very suspicious ties. The CEO of the company has some very, very suspicious ties. It looks very, and by the way, Roblox is a kid's site, is a kid's online world. It's not World of Warcraft or anything like that. And the individuals there were, yeah, grooming was rather obviously taking place. Uh, the head of safety was quite clearly looking the other way while all of this was going on. And the individuals who were investigating it, there's one woman in particular in Texas. By the way, she is also the same one who did the video on Kenneth Darlington. Um, she has received, and she has a whole series of videos at her platform uncovering this satanic cult that was also involved in this. Now, what is the most immediate thing that comes up? Well, one of the immediate things was grooming. But then why allow these leftist organizations also unfettered access? And I mean, a lot of this also probably involves indoctrination. So, you know, the mainstream media is hardly covering this. This is probably not that big of a surprise. The um, the whole thing just kind of reeks of corruption and whatnot. And yeah, that the only reason that they did a rather stupid move in the fact that, again, right, they went after the people who were exposing the pedophiles as opposed to booting all the pedos off the site. Yeah, oops. All they had to do was prevent perverts from going in there. And it's like, yeah, and now once the ball starts to roll, they start noticing activities from other leftist organizations in there. So it's not just about grooming, it's also about indoctrination. The CEO there's a petition demanding that the CEO step down. There's a whole bunch of things going on around this particular issue that do not make Roblox look particularly good. And again, they have been rather silent about it. But I mean, again, right, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that Roblox chose to go, hold on a second. Roblox chose to go and run block for a bunch of pedophiles as opposed to actually doing a job, which is preventing creeps and pedophiles from going on their site and having access to children as young as 7. Okay, like I don't have kids of my own. However, right, it's like I haven't been born yesterday. The whole thing, the whole LGBTQ movement really started going downhill when, again, and I'm fully expecting that Robbie Starbuck has probably got some rather interesting content around some of the pride parades that took place, because now they are sending out scouting parties into these pride events looking for the degeneracy and sexual perversion. And I mean, I still remember that one video. I don't know who it was, but I mean, I can't remember where it was, but there was this clearly naked man going out of his way to get attention of small children while parading around in a pride parade, butt naked. I believe that was San Francisco, but I'm not 100% certain. It is stuff like this. It is also stuff like, say, making, having the establishment go and run block for individuals like this. That's the reason why that Pride is going down. That's the reason why Pride, and the pushback started a couple of years ago, but it's like, like a lot of Pride events are having problems meeting their expenses, and that's not this. And again, of course, right, when they tried to police themselves via Gays Against Groomers, the old Twitter and Instagram and whatnot tried to bury those accounts and tried to censor the individuals in Gays Against Groomers speaking out against this stuff. that I cannot just dismiss that as a coincidence. Like, I mean, it's like these in and ha, you know, that issue with DeSantis and Disney. And oh yeah, let's not even get into the issue of the endless stream of Disney employees that were caught in child sex, engaging in sexual activity. The number of Disney employees to do it, to the point where Ron DeSantis had to actually step in. And even when he did step in, they actively really got vociferous and angry about what DeSantis was actually doing. The Don't Say Gay bill was actually only about a 3-page bill that didn't actually mention gay people, but I mean, he literally took away some of Disney's special status over what they were doing, right? So again, right, what you're seeing here is, and I have to just say this, it is very, very clear that there is a rather large apparatus out there that is protecting these people and enabling them. And I do think that if they were allowed to get their way around the trans thing, and by the way, if the nature of media hadn't changed in the last few years, I think they probably would have succeeded in this, is the fact that if the trans in community had gotten their way, like, they would not have stopped at trans. They would have, and I mean, I remember saying this about gay marriage, because I was generally in favor of gay marriage when the whole issue came out, but I remember some hardcore religious social conservatives yelling and screaming at me, and at the time they were like saying this is a slippery slope, they're going to take it too far, and at the time I can't say that they don't be ridiculous. I'm not saying that anymore, right? They will push beyond just the trans community if they are given the opportunity. Period. End of story, right? Why? Because they didn't stop at gay marriage, right? So it's not a question about being homophobic anymore. It's a question of, you have hijacked LGBTQ and you are using it as a flagship to get other things through, and you have gone to the point where you're willing to allow children to use puberty blockers and engage in death threats and engage in high levels of harassment, and get the state and celebrities and Hollywood and the establishment apparatus involved in order to get this agenda through. Like, that, it's beyond any doubt that is exactly what you're doing. And it have to pretty much stop it at this point. And again, all Roblox had to do was prevent creeps and pedophiles from entering its site. There are techniques about it. The other issue about this, and this is something that specifically ties into the Louisiana lawsuit against Roblox, is that from the other side too, you might see some Orwellian attempts to try to end and eliminate online anonymity. And they can also use Roblox as a platform to do that. And it's a fully loaded thing. And I also want to point out, man, like, there were conservatives that have been supporting this particular part of the bill about forcing people to use ID to log into social media. And this is something that I think really needs to be addressed, right? And there are options out there, and very, very clear that you cannot, for the most part, rely on the state to do the policing for you here. Like it's just not humanly possible to do that the way they have been acting. And there's not only is there the pervert aspect about it, but there's also the online censorship community that will attempt to use this as, oh my God, think of the children. We need more restrictive, centralized control of the internet. There's also that part in there as well. And that has to be taken into consideration here. And I think I'm pretty much done. Again, doesn't look like there's anybody. I'm pretty certain there's not going to be anybody joining us tonight. So this is going to be a solo. This is going to be a solo episode. For the most part, I don't see anybody over at over here. Maybe I might message them, but if they don't jump in soon, it's probably going to be I'm actually sending a message to a couple people here right now. Just letting them know I'm on. If they do come on, then they do come on. But it's like I said, I'm fully prepared to do the show on my own if I have to. It's not that big of a deal. I have done it before. So anyway, I'm just sending a message to a couple people here, and then we will move on to the next topic, which is... And the next topic is... Oh, yeah, here. Let me just show this video before we get started here. This is a very, very dangerous... This is a very dangerous trend that we're seeing here. And I think it is, as a guy in the manosphere, I have to point out something here. This is, if feminists are allowed to have their way on this, like this is going to become the law of the land, right? Like this is definitely going to become the law of the land. But here, let me show you the video before I do anything else here. And I think it will probably make the point much better than anything that I can say. So here we go. Here's the video for it.
These women aren't friends out for a run. They're actually undercover police officers taking to the streets in Surrey as part of a new operation trying to stop people catcalling and harassing female runners.
We get honked at, the staring, the hanging out of the window just to look at us, and it's so prevalent.
And police teams are ready to intervene the moment the officers are beeped at, followed or shouted at, pulling people over.
Those kind of behaviours may not be criminal offences in themselves, but they still need to be addressed. And of course, the people that are likely to commit those kind of behaviours, they may then go on to commit more serious offences or more serious behaviours.
Okay. So, let's just take a look at... let's just listen to that police officer towards the end. So it's like, I was going to catcall, and then I was going to go get a gun and an axe, and I was going to kidnap people and kill them, or I was going to go into a bank with a high-powered weapon and shoot people up. That's like literally what this guy was suggesting. By the way, none of the offenses that these individuals were participating in are not against the law, at least not yet. They will be. There is a law in Britain that is written specifically, and I also suspect it's being written vaguely in order to enable the British authorities to start cracking down on manosphere content. Like there is very clearly now an organized feminist push to try to outlaw this content because they know they're losing. Like they are losing really, really badly in this particular area. because the rhetoric, and again, I've talked about this, and if you go over to my live stream, I've literally got a couple of videos where I do nothing but memes, right? The way that, and I actually might have to go and put the redacted, actually, maybe I will. I'll put the redacted link down in the low bar for you to take a look at, to give you an idea of how incredibly toxic this actually is. Like, these guys are not doing anything illegal. Yeah, it's a little insensitive. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit creepy. But I mean, again, here's the thing, and this is something that I also remember from watching a show with Hammerhand at one point in time. Hammerhand was talking about his membership at one gym. Now, this gym had a very, very peculiar aspect to it, in that there was a button that any woman could go up and push and accuse any guy in the gym of being a creep with little or no proof. And the guys and the people at the gym, the people who worked at that gym, had to act on it, right? Now, I know at least once I've had some woman try and pull this crap with me, which, by the way, is why when I was going to the gym, I would go either early in the morning or late at night, where the amount of interaction with this. I have also done a response to a woman by the name of India Polino, which I'm probably also going to have to post up again, just because, responding to India Polino about her suggestion that guys are being creepy, whilst at the same time, if she's interested in you, right, suddenly it's not harassment anymore. And it's like, yeah, stuff like that. This is not even illegal, okay? It's a little bit creepy, absolutely. And yeah, there are some guys out there that are particularly not particularly, well, they just call them what they are. They call them assholes, which, by the way, and I really don't care if women like hearing this or not, women just love to fucking spread them for the biggest asshole in the room. Yeah, I said it. You know what? I stand by that. If you have a problem with it, just feel free to send me a response at I'm massively butthurt at idon'tgiveashit.com, and I might get a response to you. Never. So the whole thing around this is that this ties into a bill, and again, this bill is in Britain is written just like the Online Safety Act, or OSA in Canada, or the I can't remember what the specific term for it in Canada was. But I mean, the laws, or the way the bills were written, they were written in a way to be intentionally vague. And they were being left to be intentionally vague in order to give the state more power, and specifically to give the state more power to deal with a certain variety of men. And I covered this in the Naroki 5 live stream that I did on Sunday, in the Naroki 5 live stream 8, Army of Simps. The state does not, it's not going to be, say, that army of simps that tried to overwhelm me over the weekend. Those guys are part of the problem. But shit hits the fan. It's not going to be those army of simps that's going to be the ones that are going to have to carry the weight. The people that are going to have to carry the weight are going to be the quote unquote alpha males, or the strong men, or the ones that are able to freely and think clearly and rationally. Those are the men that are going to be carrying the weight. Like, these simps are going to be off cowering in the corner, waiting for the state to fucking do their work for them. Right? So don't underestimate this. There are online acts, and there are clearly bills, because I mean, the way this bill, I'm going to bet you dollars to donuts, and I will definitely have to post up the YouTube link of the article I saw in relation to this on Redacted. The whole thing is just, this is being done specifically to try to put a muzzle on strong men. And it's also, this enables women, by whom, by the way, again, I have to keep saying this, are being done by women who can and will attempt to abuse this system and weaponize it against men because they're misandric and they just hate men. And I think as a male, you need to be concerned. I think you need to be very, very concerned about what's going on here. And that's really all I got to say about this particular topic. So I'm going to move on to the next one. Okay, let me just. All right. Okay. Now we're getting into, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, the Jew component of the show. Okay. I have to throw this in first before I begin, because there are individuals out, and I'm going to say this, there are individuals out there that literally I had to stop watching because they were posting up this Jew behind every blade of fucking grass mentality that I find really fucking annoying and not particularly helpful. And the whole issue here is that, the Anti-Defamation League was at one time doing a job. But I mean, much like how the SPLC and the ACLU were at one time organizations that really legitimately kept some really nasty and toxic hate, actual quote unquote racist hate groups in check. In the last few years, what they have basically turned into, in particularly the SPLC, and I've got a slight history with the SPLC because I was living in Vancouver on the West Coast back in the 90s. And, there was a substantial organization of skinheads on the West Coast. And in Vancouver, what they used to like to do is they used to hang out at this plaza at Granville in Georgia, and they acted like they owned the fucking city. I had a friend of mine who wasn't white get assaulted by these assholes at one point. And I mean, I'm Native American, well, Métis. I got eyed up a few times by these assholes. So, I mean, this was not an isolated incident. Now, what ended up happening is that I ended up moving out to the Bow Valley in Alberta, and I didn't have to deal with these individuals. And when I went back again when I moved back to Vancouver back in 92, they were gone. And I found out why. Because the SPLC went after what was very clearly almost a criminal organization that was organized all the way up and down the West Coast, supplying these individuals, which kind of explains one particular race-based incident that I remember in Vancouver in 89. Now, that fell on the on the Southern Poverty Law Center. They were the ones that paid for the lawyers that went and pursued the criminal charges against the people within this organization. So, and the ACLU was really, really good for years. And of the three, ACLU, SPLC, and ADL, SPLC is probably the one that's least corrupt. But even not the ADL, not SPLC. Oh, Jesus, man, I just literally said the name and it just completely escapes my the one that was responsible for freedom of speech. What in the hell was their name? I literally just said it and my brain just kind of went fart and now it's gone. The the oh my god, I cannot believe I'm actually having problems remembering the name of this particular group. ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union. Yeah, that was the one. I mean, the ACLU was at least corrupted then. The ADL, though, and this has been reported in a number of places, and I mean, I am going to have to freely admit here, I mean, and while I am definitely not a believer in the Jew behind every fucking blade of grass, I find individuals like Red Ice and Nick Fuentes and a few others that just fucking go off on Jew, 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 Jew. I find those fucking individuals like really fucking annoying, right? Because they see Jews behind every fucking blade of grass, right? And it's not just the fucking Jews. There are definitely Jews involved, aka George Soros, but they're not the only group involved, right? In fact, None Dare Call It Conspiracy by Richard Cooper clearly explains this, right? Like it's not just the fucking Jews. There are definitely Jews involved. Now, the ADL was primarily responsible for calling out attacks specifically on the Jewish community. And as I have just spoken out, there's like individuals inside on our side of the fence that literally, and I encounter them all the fucking time, right? The Jew behind every blade of grass, and Hitler was correct. And there was actually even an entire documentary which I couldn't watch because it just started going off on this long fucking winded Europa the Last Battle was what it was named was. It just went off on this massive fucking spurg out about the Jews and how Hitler was nobly fighting for war. And I mean, I know some of the, I mean, strangely enough, you know, like I'm a bit of a history buff on the history of World War II. None of what Trump is doing, very little of what Trump is doing, bears any resemblance to what the Nazis, specifically the Nazis under Adolf Hitler, were doing back in the 30s. Like very, very little similarity at all. It does not hold up. Yeah, it doesn't hold up under scrutiny. It just doesn't. And now the whole thing about this though is that the ADL is a bit of a shade. They will go in and they will accuse somebody of being anti-Semitic, and then what they will do is they will go after this person and say, we're going to label you as anti-Semitic unless you pay a certain amount of money to us. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, it's like literally a legalized form of shakedown, right? And it's been called out by individuals that are not which is why I have to look at this and go, yeah, this is the reason why it's a shakedown, because we're getting people who are not the Jew behind every fucking blade of grass calling this stuff out. The ADL is a shakedown racket. So the ADL, in their unique wisdom, and I'm saying wisdom with ditto lines up, have decided to label America First as a hate movement, as anti-Semitic and a hate movement. Now, on one level, they might actually have a point, right? Because there is a group of individuals on our side of the fence that do literally talk about the Jew behind every blade of fucking grass. Like they are there. Sorry, they are, right? And, you know, what can I say, right? You know, it's you also take a look at some of the Gaza protests and what they're doing there. It's like, yeah, what can I say, man? It's like, yeah, like it is happening. Like, sorry, you got to have to deal with the reality of that situation, right? Like it's happening. Deal with it, address it, but stop ignoring it, right? You know, the ADL though is a shakedown group. It is a shakedown organization. If you pay, and the SPLC as well. Not so much the ACLU. Definitely the SPLC and the ADL though are nothing more than shakedown organizations that will accuse somebody of being anti-Semitic or whatever to do this. Now, I am going to point out, though, that there are America Firsters that do very easily fall into the Jew behind every blade of grass crowd. Right? I don't agree with that. Like there's a fairly lengthy list of Jews that are not backing this up. No, I've been around large numbers of Jews before. They can barely fucking get it together on the time of day, yet some individuals will like literally double down. I've had this excuse thrown at me. It's like, oh, well, they were all acting this way to throw you off. Well, what about all the other people who weren't Jewish in that crowd, right? Like, it just, like, it doesn't add up. It does not make any sense, right? You know, Avi Yemeni, who called out that guy on the Comedy Channel. Like, what? You fucking think you'd fly 16 hours to LA to throw people off the fucking JQ? You think fucking Laura Loomer lost most of her, including Uber and a couple of other sites? I didn't even think Airbnb and a few others. Think she would do that just to throw people off the JQ? Yeah, okay. Weinstein and Epstein. Yeah, there's definitely some people that are involved. You will not get any argument from me about this at all. Although I have also pointed out to a few of these individuals who have tried to convince me that MGTOW was a Jewish conspiracy. There were no Jews. Hold on a second. There were no Jews involved in the forming of MGTOW. I know because I have not physically met, but I have spoken to most of the, because I've been around. Yes, I have been around that long. I was around in MGTOW when MGTOW had fewer than 5,000 people worldwide, and everybody more or less knew everybody. Like, I was around, involved in MGTOW before Sandman did his first video, which was back in 2013. And I remember it very specifically because I watched his first video back in 2013 when it first came out. If you pay ADL enough money, they would literally go and say that eating shit is good for you and would start coming out with like these lovely recipes for you to do so you could consume shit. That is what the ADL is about. Like they are a shakedown organization. And they are corrupt as fuck. And, it's like, this is basically another platform to cause individuals to somebody probably paid them enough money to do that. And by the way, same thing with the Southern Poverty Law Center, right? Like, let's not kid ourselves here. That's what the Southern Poverty Law Center is all about as well. Wasn't born yesterday on that one. So, yeah. What can I say, man? This is they're a fraud. They're a shakedown organization. And that's really all I gotta say. That's really all I gotta say about it. But again, I forgot to have another little bit of an entertainment section here, so I am going to run another video for your amusement. Here we go.
One packet of condoms, please. Thank you. Packet of condoms, please.
Sure. Here.
Thank you. Yes. Condoms.
Fine.
Thank you. One packet.
Fine, wait.
Thank you.
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Every week you come here and you buy condoms.
Yeah, so?
So you don't have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I don't have a girlfriend. But that girl working in there, she's my ex-girlfriend.
I hope you enjoyed that little break there. Okay, so getting back, so yeah, let's just get into the last topic of the night, and then you can stop listening to me and you can go over and go, I can't stand Roki, he talks too much. Hey, Birdie, where's a knife? I gotta slice my wrists. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I just gotta be me, right? If I'm causing you to feel that way, let me know. I might be able to talk you down or talk you up, depending upon what emotion you're currently experiencing. But let's just get into the last topic of the night, which is, oh yeah, and again, like I said, this is a very, in particular, this particular episode is like I said, there was going to be a Jewish or Israeli component to the topics this particular week. Now, what happened here, and I will bring this particular shot up here, is that there is a film, and I will just bring up the name of the film right here, The Road Between Us, The Ultimate Rescue. Now, that is the story of a grandfather who went out and rescued some of his grandkids that were stuck behind the lines, went on October 7th, and this is the reason why I am never going to be supporting Hamas, no matter how much they yell and fucking scream at me, right? There was a massacre of Israelis and Jews on that day, right? Take your oppressed fucking bullshit and shove it up your ass, right? There is the Canadian government in particular, and of course the provincial government under the premier there, have been extremely lenient towards the Palestinian individuals protesting and blocking traffic and whatnot in Toronto. They've tried doing stuff in Edmonton and Calgary. They tried doing stuff in Alberta. It doesn't really work particularly well for them here. They don't get a whole lot of sympathy. I will also point out, though, that the 1 million person march that was supposed to take place here very recently, and it was a success, and they wanted to do it again, and they had to stop it because they knew, because there's a huge Islamic component to the do not touch our children motif, because surprise, surprise, Muslims don't like having their fucking kids diddled either. Yeah, I know. Shocker, huh? Well, actually, no, not really. But I mean, they realized that all it was going to take is basically one-page dude walking in there talking about Gaza, and like the whole thing would have probably just erupted, which is why they chose not to have another one of those protests in the first place. Now, the whole situation here was the fact that, well, this movie got approved at the Toronto International Film Festival. Now, Barry Averick used footage that was uploaded to YouTube and was uploaded to YouTube to fill in parts of his movie. His documentary, Toronto International Film Festival, and by the way, there is a substantial Palestinian up. They were really concerned that there would be a huge Palestinian protest outside the event at the Toronto International Film Festival, and they couldn't have that protest happening where all the pretty people were going to be hanging out. This is just me speculating here, but they found a loophole around the acquisition rights of some of the YouTube content that Barry Averick used in his video, and Barry Averick they pulled this movie, this documentary, out of the festival. Of course, right, this is not like it was 5 years ago, or even just a couple of years ago. It's like, yeah, there's an alt media. It doesn't really matter whether the Hollywood press refuses to cover this or not. Although I will tell you that there is a substantial Jewish presence inside the Hollywood system. Absolutely, for sure. Definitely down in LA and probably in New York. So that probably also played into it. But the whole issue around this is that they used a rather flimsy excuse to do this, and it was proven incorrect. So what the director of Toronto International Film Festival, and by the way, Toronto International Film Festival, Sundance, Tribeca, and Toronto International Film Festival are the big 3 film festivals in North America. All right, like those are the film festivals that the stars will show up at, and they will have these big, huge gala events, and you'll have a bunch of very self-important individuals opinionating about themselves, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, they were probably more concerned about a Palestinian protest outside of this event. So they pulled this, and of course, right, it fell apart because, again, there's an alt media holding them to account now, and they had to back away on it. Now, again, I'm going to say this: there was a massacre of Israeli citizens on October the 7th. I support the people of Palestine. I also support the people of Israel. Both of their duly appointed political representatives can, as I'm quoting Kelso here, by the way, can go to fucking hell. Right? There is some very clear corruption inside the Israeli government that's involved in this, and there's also some rather suspicious intelligence lapses that occurred with the Israeli government, which allowed Hamas to do what they did. So this is not as organic as it appears to be. But again, there's been all sorts of things, including, by the way, when you go over to YouTube and you load up content now, if it's parody content, you cannot, you have to actually make it very fundamentally clear that it is parody content. Like, you can't just leave it there and just leave it alone, right? You have to make it very specifically clear. I really do hope that the director of this documentary gets some play. I have a very aching suspicion that this is going to be one of those and it's, I don't know. I haven't actually watched it. I'm going to probably will have to watch it now because my curiosity has been piqued. But I mean, it's like, yeah, like very flimsy reason why. And again, right, I was talking about the New York elites. In Canada, it's the Toronto elites, right? The Toronto elites chose to do this. Just like how the New York elites allowed Doreen St. Felix, Miss St. Felix, to do the exact same thing on her channel. And they employed that. This is the same sort of thing, right? You have a bunch of out of touch elites in Toronto, and in this particular case, I'm talking about Canada, who are not aware of the bigger picture of what's going on. And yeah, again, I am familiar with the victim oppressed oppressor narrative. That does not justify what happened to those Israelis. And yeah, was the Israeli government somewhat complicit in what happened? Yeah, my gut feeling is that they probably were. That's just me. Though, got nothing to back that up. Although there are definitely some people who took a closer look at it than I did. Definitely am not supporting any Palestinian protesters. Though, yeah, they did go in there and they did kill or massacre several thousand people in the largest massacre of Jewish individuals since the Holocaust. And yeah, the Holocaust did happen. So, don't really have that much more to say on it. Just like how New York is the New York elite, the Toronto is the Toronto elite, and you're seeing stuff like this going on everywhere. So yeah, that's really all I have got to say about tonight's topics. Might get around to doing another Naroki 5 live stream this week. I will let you know. There's definitely some stuff to cover for sure. Gotta point out to you that the Naroki 5 live stream is Manosphere specific. Just so you know, right? It is Manosphere specific. And because it is Manosphere specific, like if you have a problem with the Manosphere, I probably suggest to you maybe you go look at something else. But that is it for me discussing the topics tonight. I am going to finish off this particular show by showing you something from the Edmonton Filmmakers Group that I was involved in and that I ran. And it is up at the Edmonton Filmmakers Group website on YouTube, which I haven't been, like I say, I haven't done anything in there for a while. But yeah, I'm going to start posting this stuff up. I hope you enjoy it. This will take it out, and then I will say goodnight. But thank you very much for all listening. And here you go from the Edmonton Filmmakers Group, done by Joe Hamilton. And it's actually pretty funny, which is why I'm going to share it with you. The Last Brain Cells.
Oh my god, I am so wrecked, so am I. I can't believe how this crappy show can be so funny. It's the dope, it's making it funny, man. You wanna know what I what I'd really like right now? Tell me. I'd like some barbecued potato chips. Or some barbecued peanuts. I'd like some yogurt-covered raisins. Yeah, they're good. You could even mix them up in a bowl with some chocolate-covered peanuts. Oh, God, that sounds so good right now. We should go to the store and get some. I don't know. I'm pretty effed up bad. I probably couldn't make it to the store without looking crazy. Hey, screw being crazy. Let's just go. Wait, I got an idea. Before we go, let's smoke some more. Marijuana! Marijuana! Do you see something strange going on here? What do you mean? It's so quiet. There's no movement. I think we're clinically brain dead. I think you're right. We're the last two cells in existence. In this brain, anyway. It's over. We're going to die. Well, crap. I guess we have to say goodbye. It's been a good run. Love you, man. Love you, too. Ugh.
And that is it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the show. I will see you. Yeah, I think it might actually be Sunday. Yeah, I'm going to just say it right now. Now, it will probably be Sunday. That Red Pill Nation Hangout number 455 is going to be on. Some very interesting stuff happening this week. I'm going to be updating it all. Hope you enjoyed the show. I will see you on the next one. Thank you very much for everybody who actually had the patience to listen. How many total viewers did I get tonight? 3. Wow. Holy moly. Yeah, man. It's just an absolutely smashingly heavy crowd tonight. So, want to thank all of you for showing up. I will see you on the next one, but that is the end of this live stream. Let me know if you want to see more of this, because, yeah, I'm definitely up for doing a few more of these. Thank you very much.
Dozens of men empowers her, and even the men she sleeps with agree. She shouts her abortions, and let's just say she shouts a lot. She's a happiness coach, even though she's miserable. She was taught there's over 70 genders in college, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars to learn. She self-diagnoses and likes telling everyone about it. She hates when men objectify women's bodies. But for $4.99 a month, you can objectify hers. She calls herself a boss-ass bitch. Others just call her a bossy bitch. She has a lot of cats, but not nearly as many as she will have. She has a dad, but she doesn't really talk to him. He doesn't think we live in World War II Germany. No, she thinks we live in an even worse time and place. She nags to go on podcasts to debate, and then sues them when she loses. Her OnlyFans is worth less than a McDonald's breakfast. She likes black men until they display misogyny. Then she calls the cops, who are all bastards, by the way. She is the most feminist woman in the world.
As soon as I stepped away. Can you believe that? What the hell's going on here? Whoa.
Okay, it would seem as though I forgot to unmute my microphone, which is something that I'm in a bad habit of doing. Hello, everybody. This is Naroki5. I hope you enjoyed that intro video. I have a couple of rather interesting little videos that I'm going to be throwing in here. Just giving you a heads up here. One of the videos I have from Robbie Starbuck runs close to 15 minutes. Almost unavoidable. There was just, not only did I not have time to edit it, but there was just enough information in there spread out that I just didn't have the time to get into the details of editing every single little thing. So there are a lot. I do have a lot of videos. The Mormon dating show one is about 4 minutes long. Just giving you a heads up on that. The Cracker Barrel one is definitely a little bit on the longer side. But with me tonight is V. So V, introduce yourself.
Yep, I'm V, host of Red Pill Hardcore Radio Show, which is on hiatus. And yeah, I'm here. Is just us tonight?
What?
It's just us tonight?
It's just us tonight, just us chickens. Yep.
All right. Sounds good to me.
Michael Bolton's residence raided by the FBI. Possible Epstein distraction. That's right, folks. We just totally have such high standards on this show. It's just sickening, isn't it? All right. Number 3, Disney suddenly figures out that they need an actual male audience. Topic number 4, feminists lose their shit over to a reaction to a woman on a Mormon dating show. 5, Cracker Barrel goes woke and faces immediate blowback. 6, Mark Carney ends retaliatory trade tariffs with Donald Trump as trade talks continue. That's a lot of T's. And topic number 6, MSNBC changing its name to MS Now since its separation from Comcast. Yeah, that one's going to be that one is also going to be a very interesting show. I am your host and I guess reasonably sane host. This is Red Pill Nation number 455. And let me just, and without any further ado, I will just hop. Oh, yes, that's right. Cloudflare needs to the offices of Cloudflare and the individuals of Cloudflare need to be tied down in front of a computer and forced to get their work done and have Cloudflare verify every single page every second page they're on, and get stuck for about 5 minutes before it verifies you. Cloudflare needs to burn in hell. Again, like I said at the very start of the show, I'm guessing I probably lost close to half an hour waiting for Cloudflare to verify shit for me tonight. Yeah, that's the reason. That's a huge part of the reason why I'll have to keep that in mind in the future. But yeah, that's just something I had to throw in. That finally off to the Cloudflare, go in with a gun, tie them up, and then make them have to do all their internet work with Cloudflare taking 5 minutes per goddamn fucking page to verify that I'm a human being. They're a human being.
Might as well get a BJ while you're there.
Yeah, well, if there's a woman, we'll see about that. That's really all I got to say about that particular. That's all I got to say about that particular. But without any further ado, let's just get into it, because we're starting out with the Canada content, and this is not V's strong point, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll just get this one out of the way first. It might actually not go. Well, I mean, if Rearson was here, we might actually have been on this one for a long time, but we're not actually. Rearson's not here tonight, so we can probably get through this one reasonably quickly. Okay, topic number 1. Pierre Poilievre, who is the head of the Conservative Party of Canada, at the election in May, lost the national election and didn't even win his seat. Now, upon further review, it would appear as though that the Liberal Party and the people over at Election Canada had basically, and this is why I have very little sympathy for the Democrats who are whining and bitching about this stuff down in the U, about Texas redistricting things. They intentionally redistricted Pierre Poilievre's riding to guarantee that he was going to lose his seat. And he did. So they did the next best thing. The guy who ran the Battle River riding out in Alberta, he gave up his seat and gave it to Pierre Poilievre so that he could run there. And the same sort of thing tried to happen here. They had over 100 plus candidates on the ballot on that riding. With all of that bullshit going on, though, they still could not score. And I actually have the results here. I'm going to post them up. Pierre Poilievre won 80% of the vote. Now, there was an unhinged leftist. She's under the term independent, but when I actually saw a video of her afterwards, it's very, very clear that she's one of those woke individuals. She claimed some type of moral victory because she got almost 10% of the vote. Which is straight, which I'm going to point out, even though she's going to declare that as some type of a moral victory, she did that as an independent, and she got more votes than the Liberal and NDP supporters got in those particular ridings. And the whole issue with that is the fact that, part of the big reason why I suspect that happened was because the NDP and the Liberals have just absolutely cratered their support for themselves to a great extent in Western Canada, except possibly for the lower mainland and maybe a couple of ridings in the interior of British Columbia. Like, they have absolutely cratered their support in BC. And, when you do that, this is what's going to happen, right? Like, I mean, the person who won the NDP and the Liberals came, I think, third and fourth consecutively. They got, hold on a second, let me just quickly go back to that slide. They got 6.4% of the popular vote. 6.4% of the popular vote. They couldn't. There was an independent, a unhinged independent that actually got more votes than she did, than they did combined. Pierre Poilievre is back in is going to be back in the House of Commons. Of course, there's mainstream media all over the place crying about this and crying about the fact that Jerry they're doing all the usual things. There was one particular article, though, that I thought was just right out there. And of course, it came from a well-known, I think it came from the Toronto Star, but this individual was so out of touch with reality that they actually tried to say that the fact that Pierre Poilievre got 80% of the right, even though, because it's a Conservative Party of Canada, that was somehow magically proof that Alberta separation was not going to be a thing. All right? I live in Alberta. All right? I can tell you with absolute definitive certainty that Alberta separation is a thing. Like it is. Like, I mean, I'm not going to necessarily say it's going to happen, but it is a thing. There is going to be a referendum at some point next year, which means I might no longer be Canadian. I'll be an Albertan. I have very mixed personal feelings about that, but that's what happens when you take, what is it, $500 billion over the past 20, 30 years out of the Alberta economy, give very little back, and then either knowingly get in the way or refuse to support the moves that Alberta needs to keep its economy going. And you do that time and time again. This is what you're going to do. Now you've got an issue where Canada is going to potentially lose its cash cow. The fact that Poilievre got elected in Alberta to go sit in the House of Commons again is not an indication that there's minimal support for separation in Alberta. I will tell you this much based upon some of the things that I've looked into. Like, there is enough support just within the Conservative Party that if the portion of Conservatives and Independents that are in favor of voting, if they can work out some type of a deal with that particular faction, and I'm talking about just the Conservatives, there's probably enough support there to put Alberta over the top. Now, is that going to be a good thing? I don't know. But I mean, Ottawa did this to themselves. Good luck, Pierre. You should have won. I'm also going to point out that support for the Conservatives has once again surpassed support for the Liberals nationally. Is that going to mean that Carney is going to be a one-termer? Yeah, I also have a very bad feeling that the NDP is going to turn themselves into little bitches again and allow Carney to serve a full 4. Again, because I can absolutely guarantee you that there's not going to be a non-confidence motion for Jagmeet Singh had 80% support at the last party conference. So yeah, like the NDP is not going to self-destruct. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to V, who probably doesn't have that much to say because this is a Canada topic.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what any of it's about. It's just mooses and maple syrup. That's all I hear.
We rock it, cat. We rock it ice hockey, eh?
Oh, don't forget the ice hockey. Don't you know? Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, I kind of figured you would be, but I had to give you your shot anyway. So, yeah, that's that. We have 7 topics. We got a lot of videos tonight. So, yeah, we might not be, hold on a second, might not be as quick with the whips tonight. But, of course, here is a certain ex-president in a parody endorsement of the memory rock before we move on to the next topic.
RPN has a great sponsor, the memory rock. I use it all the time. When I want to remember something, I just pick up the memory rock and bash my head with it. Then I can remember the rock thing, yeah, it works very well. I am proof of that. So order the rock memory thing right now.
Okay, so yeah, that's former President Joe Biden stammering out the last little bit of memory that he actually has. So the next topic is John Bolton residence being raided by the FBI. I have a video for that, so yeah, let's just take a quick look at that before we go to get into the topic proper.
The probe dropped when Joe Biden became president. So is this picking up where that left off, David?
It's possible. I don't know with 100% certainty, but it is notable, guys, that John Bolton, Ambassador Bolton's security clearances were stripped earlier this year by President Trump. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, took that security clearance away. They had concerns. The administration had concerns about Ambassador Bolton still being able to access some of these documents and have some of those security clearances. It's also notable that John Bolton had a security detail as well. Because of the threats from Iran on his life, that security detail, that government federal paid security detail, was also taken away by President Trump.
So yeah, I think this particular meme probably sums it up best for John Bolton. Here we go. Yeah, this one. I'm finding it rather odd. Well, first of all, well, no, I'll just get to the point here. I'm finding it rather odd that, you know, how the left-wing mainstream media likes to portray this guy as some kind of a hero when he turned against Trump, when I can remember watching videos of him, in particular on The Daily Show back in the early 2010s. And this guy, I won't say he was bad guy number one, but he was right up there as one of the biggest, baddest people around. He was not particularly popular. I remember Jon Stewart from The Daily Show used to mock John Bolton on the regular. And all of a sudden, about 2020, he suddenly became a fucking hero. Now, again, Trump was a little bit naive when he came in the first time. he took advice of bureaucrats, and he took advice from people and he put people in place that he probably should not have. John Bolton was probably, well, actually wasn't, is one of those individuals. Bolton is one of those people that if he had his way, there might not even be a humanity around right now. Total military industrial complex, shill, arrogant, condescending. Some of the stuff that I remember reading about him in the early 2010s portrays him out as being a complete workplace bully, arrogant, condescending, just not a particularly good human being by any stretch of the imagination. And by the way, I got that information from the mainstream media, in particular from sites like CNN and The Daily Show and all of those well-meaning and noble leftist outfits that were now attacking Trump. That's where I got that information from Bolton. About Bolton. Bolton is, I think, a workplace bully would potentially also apply as a term to John Bolton. And I'm not saying that to be in particularly mean, but I mean, it's like, the guy is just the guy was just an absolute dirtbag. And what got him into trouble is that, and this is actually rather similar to what happened with Trump with Mar-a-Lago, except he actually did it because, unlike Trump, right, he actually wrote a book and put those secrets in the book, national secrets in the book. This is an individual who thought he was above the law. And that was something, and when his place was raided, one of the first things that Kash Patel put out the day that his place was raided was the fact that he said it quite clearly, no one is above the law. That's what Kash Patel put down. I suspect that what's going to happen here is that and by the way, I am not necessarily fully team Trump, but it's starting to look like as though Trump has got this list of individuals that he's going after him, right? Like, I haven't covered it here, but Schiff and Letitia James are also in deep legal shit. To put things mildly, they're both in deep legal shit now as well. And Bolton is just one of those guys that I think needed to be knocked down a peg or 20. It is an incredible shame that this did not happen to Henry Kissinger, because there's another guy who quite clearly probably needed to have his ego bubble popped, in no uncertain terms, by the way. And, the very presence of John Bolton is an outright open testament of the hypocrisy of the mainstream media. Because, again, right, and I remember distinctly watching this stuff, I can remember the mainstream media, the left-leaning, CNN, MSNBC, I remember those sites, openly attacking him for being a warmonger back in the early 2010s. And then all of a sudden he became their hero. And John Bolton is out for basically just one person, John Bolton. And if there's an individual that I think probably needed to be held to account, it was him. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to V.
Yeah. I love that guy. Michael Bolton. Gosh, he has the greatest albums. Yeah. Yeah. What's your favorite Michael Bolton song?
Time, Love, and Tenderness. That's I don't know. Again, I'll be straight up with you because I was just talking about this with a couple people. Like, I like the music. I don't get into like their music catalogs and stuff. I really don't care that much about it, right?
I think Michael Bolton's a great guy. Is that who we're talking about?
No, we're talking about that other guy. The one,
you know,
the one who almost started a war with Iran. Remember that?
Yeah, I just had to get my Office Space joke in. Oh yeah. If you guys don't know, if you're confused, yeah, just watch a movie called Office Space. Yeah, this guy is I don't this might seem a little out of place for me. This might seem a little far left field for me, but I don't trust anybody. I don't trust any man with a mustache that I can grab and use for handlebars.
Oh, you mean like this?
Yeah, exactly. I don't trust any of those guys. Not a one of them. It almost seems like they're trying to hide the lies that come out of their mouth. You know, it seems like it's a telltale. Like they gotta hide their face or something. I don't know. It's strange. Those guys, everyone except for that actor. What was his name? Sam Harris, something like that. Everyone except for him, the cowboy. The rest of you guys, stop with the giant mustaches. Like, please, like
Sam Elliott. Sam
Elliott. Yes, thank you, Sam Elliott. Thank you. He's the only one that makes it work. The rest of these guys, that's suspect. Very suspect. Now, I know I'm just adding opinion here, and not fact, but you pretty much said everything I would have said already. I think the guy. I'm glad Trump is going after him. I'm glad Trump he's got his hit list. I'm glad. I was so upset that he didn't go after Hillary after the first election, and he got into office and thought, oh yeah, it wasn't so bad. These guys, I made it to being president. Maybe it wasn't such a big deal. He didn't go after anybody. But no, they plucked and pecked at him while he was in office, and they damn right tried to assassinate him after he left office. Assassinate his character, physically assassinate him. And it's like, wow. So yeah, no. I'm glad he's back in office, and I'm glad that he's got his hit list. I want to see some heads roll. Hey, it's about time. We need to see some heads roll. And my God, I just, they call it Capitol Hill for a reason. A caput. Yeah, no, that's where they cut your head off. Capitol Hill. Yeah, that's literally why it's named that. So heads can freaking roll. It's about time we see some heads roll. And with that, yeah, we can go on to the next topic.
Okay, hold on a second here. Oh, this one. Hold on a second here. Let me just take a look here. Oh, this one. All right, I will be posting up something that came up on Twitter when I saw this. I think, although okay, it's not a movie that actually exists. It's a parody poster. I'll post it up here in another 40 seconds or so. Guys, you might want to be sitting down with this one, man. Really, you should. You might want to be sitting down for this one. Disney has suddenly, shockingly figured out that males, boys, and young men are not going to their fucking movies, and that they need to come up with male characters that boys and men can identify with. And what I mean by that, I don't mean something like this. Oh yeah, when I saw this on Twitter, I had to post it up. I'm not even going to get into the sexual connotations because anybody who is familiar with the female sexuality knows that there's this concept called scissoring, which we won't get into. But yeah. Of course,
you mean like arts and crafts?
Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that. So anyway, I had to post that photo up. So the whole situation with this is, and there is a specific article here. Let me see if I actually saved the photo. Oh yeah, there it is. Here, I'll bring it up here. And I'll just bring it up briefly, and I'll bring it up again larger here in a few seconds. Disney's Boy Trouble studio seeks original IP to win Gen Z men amid Marvel and Lucasfilm struggles. Well, you did have the MCU. You did have Star Wars. You allowed Kathleen Kennedy to absolutely destroy Star Wars. And once, even before Avengers Endgame, there was a scene in that movie where it was very clear that they took all the female characters and they kind of like crowbarred this scene into the movie, and it really it stood out for its obviousness. So they were already headed in that direction even before. But once Avengers Endgame ended, what they should have done is they should have just shut down the MCU and found another IP. Although I shudder to think what Disney would have done if they had gotten hold of the Warhammer 40K IP. Do we even want to go there on that one? Do we want to go there, V? No, I didn't think so.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, the whole thing just fucking backfired in an epic way. Well, I won't say it backfired in an epic way, but the article itself, again, and this is the reason why Hollywood is going to continue to struggle financially and to win, and it's still at this point, they're still the biggest media producing area in the world at this point in terms of like financials and fame and recognition and that sort of thing. I'm going to point out that cultures in empires in decline usually hold on to their cultural relevance significantly longer than they actually do their political or economic relevance. But yeah, the article in question that I saw, I believe it was from Vanity Fair, just refused to outright address the fact that, you had Kathleen Kennedy. And by the way, Kathleen Kennedy was like this even going back to the early 90s, because there was a lot of fucking girl power shit that was even in the original Jurassic Park franchise. Oh, let's not forget too, she also emasculated She also emasculated Indiana Jones, and she put this insufferable actress that was to share the spotlight with him and with Harrison Ford. And she also, like, I didn't see the movie, but I'm probably going to get the DVD because I don't know what's happened to me. The number of movies that I go to now has dropped off significantly. And it's not just because of economics, although that has definitely played a part in it. Yeah, it's like a lot of the movies now are just like copy paste. Not particularly brilliant, not particularly intelligent, not but yeah, the most recent Jurassic Park movie was a woke piece of crap. Well, I won't say it was a woke piece of crap because I didn't see it, but it didn't do as well as they had hoped it had. Now, it might not have been as woke as the ads made it out to be, but still, right, like a lot of the trailers emphasized girl power and girl boss. Right. Although, again, I didn't actually go see the movie, so I can't comment on it until I actually see it. The issue here is that they've got IPs in Marvel and the MCU and in Star Wars, where if they, for instance, although the damage with the MCU isn't as extensive, with Star Wars, the damage is so bad that you would literally have to go back to the end of Return of the Jedi, and you would have to like literally start over. And I'm when I mean start over, as in you get the Del Rey books, you cheap bastard. Again, right? I suspect one of the other reasons why Disney decided to remake the wheel on this is because they didn't want to pay the authors the money to perhaps do the Thrawn trilogy, and decided to just go with it. Like, I would just go and I would redo the Thrawn trilogy and I would just use the books. It worked for Harry Potter. Just saying, right?
Well, yeah, source material, yeah.
Yep, it worked for Harry Potter. I knew what the ending of Harry Potter was going to be before I saw the movie because I had the audiobooks. Like, not a stretch, right? Like, people will go see the movie, like for instance, if Amazon decides to, and by the way, that would be one hell of an undertaking if they did it. If Amazon were to do the Horus Heresy, for instance, everybody knows that the Emperor kills Horus and that the Emperor almost dies at the end. And, like, it's kind of almost like a bittersweet ending in that the actual Warhammer 40K series does not end there. That's actually almost like a beginning point of a new era, right? That's that. I would still go, and you'd probably have to make a movie. Probably have to do like a 3 or 4 movie series on the Horus Heresy because the lore is just so extensive and deep. But, I would go see them all knowing exactly how it ends. No problem. But, they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to pay the authors royalties to use their book. And it's like, among other things. And of course, they let Kathleen Kennedy run the show here. I'll just bring this photo up. I'll be bringing it up again here. Did I bring it? Do I have it? I'm pretty sure I have it. Oh yeah, there it is. This one. Yeah, remember that nightmare? I sure as hell do. yeah, she managed to, Kathleen Kennedy managed to do some pretty respectable damage to the Star Wars brand. Like, it would require 5 or 10 years at this point for whoever took over at Lucasfilm to repair the damage that Kathleen Kennedy did to the Star Wars brand. But I mean, I think a good thing to start doing, and this is not just Disney, this is Hollywood in general. Stop emasculating the males. Stop fucking inserting like cultural Marxist feminist bullshit into everything. Lay off with the fucking girl boss. Okay? Right? If you want good female characters, I got one for you. In fact, I actually watched the movies on a regular basis. The Hunger Games trilogy, Katniss Everdeen. Katniss Everdeen had a very believable and viable backstory as to how she ended up the way she ended up, right? This is not this is not a reach in any way, shape, or form. But you know what? In saying, by the way, I can already hear some people going, yeah, but Barbie. I got some news for you. We covered Barbie on this show. I actually went to see Barbie opening weekend. One of the reasons why Barbie did so well is because the Manosphere actually ended up kind of quasi embracing that movie and going, yeah, this movie is actually pretty goddamn based. And I mean, Greta Gerwig was actually trying to, and you could see it in the movie too. Greta Gerwig was really in desperation trying to mock the Manosphere as much as she could. And ironically enough, hold on a second, she ended up paying tribute to it, right? Like, she stole so many scenes from Fight Club and The Matrix that it wasn't even funny, right? Like, she ended up paying tribute to those movies. So guys actually went to go see the movie. I mean, yeah, the male audience has always been a significant portion of the sales. If you want to do movies about heroes in outer space and space battles, and like, I mean, I shudder what would happen if they get the wrong showrunner for a movie like, say Warhammer, for instance, which is why Henry Cavill has been fighting so goddamn hard to stay true to the lore in that movie, in that whole series, because a woke Warhammer 40K won't sell, period. If you're going to treat males like they're stupid, idiotic buffoons who just follow their dicks around and are incompetent, and you've got these girl bosses who are unpopular and annoying and unlikable, not because they're women, but because they're just badly written characters, keep going the way you're going, right? Now, I say that, and while I am saying that, the Manosphere is continuing to grow at an absolutely astronomical pace. And I'm not going to, and this is just me in the realm of speculation here, but I know for a fact that people in Hollywood have seen or watching Nerdrotic, The Critical Drinker, Ryan Kinnell, The Quartering, those guys, that they're seeing those particular online critics, and they know that those online critics probably carry more weight now than the reviewers on Rotten Tomatoes, because the reviewers on Rotten Tomatoes sold out to corporate interests, and they compromised the value of their rating system in doing so. right? And these individuals are saying this, and it's like, and they've done this time and time again. Well, if you don't like this shit, then you're a misogynist, you're an istophobe, or whatever the fuck they want to name you. When in fact, the IP sucks rocks, right? And right, that's the reason why the movie sucked, not because the lead was a female. Although, again, like for instance, this recent Iron Man, this one was this I can't even remember the name of it now. I think it was I can't even remember what the name of it was. The one with the female Iron Man, the black female Iron Man. It's like they couldn't just make her a black female Iron Man. They had to make her a girl boss. And Ed V might want to be sitting down for this one. And they had to make her bisexual. Yeah, I know. I'm stunned. I'm absolutely just gobsmacked and stunned that they would make her bisexual, especially Lucasfilm. Oh, sorry, especially the MCU.
They gotta cram every minority into one person if they can. You gotta represent everybody.
Yep. It's like, pretty soon there'll be nothing but black transgender midgets everywhere. It's a good time, by the way. If you're a black transgender midget that can act, man, you're in like Flynn right now, in Hollywood. Just say it. Any black transgender midgets out there, or Hispanic black or Hispanic transgender midgets, man. Like,
and like Flynn, huh?
Yep, you are. Anyway, I pretty much talked myself out with this one. So to bring up the absolute theatrical value of black transgender midgets that are in like Flynn, here's V.
Well, I think that make for a decent adult film. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. You know what? You want to talk about demographics? Let's talk demographics. Who makes most of the money? The men do. So, I mean, who brings home the bacon, cheddar, the bread? Okay, making sandwiches out of them things. All right, it's the men. Okay. Now, I guess maybe their train of thought is that they pump up these women to be girl bosses, and they'll just take the money from the man, like George Jetson's wife does in the intro of the cartoon. Just takes money, because she works so hard. And then they appeal to the women who rob the men of their money. I guess I don't know, but I tell you how it works in my household. Okay, so I got my little woman, right? And it's funny because I let her, that's the key word. I let her run things. Okay. And it's cute, and it's a lot of stress off of me. But she and I both know that I have the executive decisions. Okay. I will overrule and override her at any point on anything. And what I say goes. That's how I run my household. Now, the place actually belongs to, on paper, the mother-in-law, but it doesn't matter. The mother-in-law knows I make the executive decisions. Okay? That's just how it is. Now, I don't. I mean, as the man of the house, and that is the correct title. That is the nomenclature. That is the moniker. That is the rank. That is the status. Okay, man of the house. Uh, I'm the protector. I'm the one that fixes everything up. I bring in most of the money. So it's like I guess I'm old fashioned. I guess you could say. Uh, I don't think women are funny, and I will definitely tell you, my little woman, she's not funny unless she's not trying to be. Then she's hilarious. uh, so I mean, I don't know. Disney with this whole yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, I think we'll see the chopped off head of Leviathan. Let's just stick around. Let's wait and see. With that, I'm ready to move on because I definitely.
Yeah, give me a moment. I believe I have some technical difficulties. I will have this going here in a minute. I do not know. It's interesting. Let me check with my. Let me check with what's going on my stream. See if there's anything happening here. By all accounts, nothing should be messing up, but I don't know. Yeah, interesting. Huh. Yeah, it's on a Rumble is where I'm having the issues. Is everything seems to have gone dead on Rumble. So, I mean, it's a dead stop. I'm not getting anything on my stream or on Naroki's. Just really, really odd. Let me see. I have the chance to mute out a spammer in the comments section, so maybe that will wake something up. It doesn't seem to, though. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, it's just dead on there. Don't know what the deal is. I have absolutely no clue what's happening there. Everything's still running on Kick though. It's just on Rumble. Wow. Let me see what's happening here. I'm gonna back out of my stream and see if yeah, this is very, very, very weird. So yeah, I may have to cut this short. There we go. Something did.
Hold on a second here. Yeah, okay. It was. I will just bring up the name of the title here before we actually get into the actual video itself. Actually, I believe I brought it up here earlier. Yeah, that's it. The Altar, Season 1. Now, this was just absolutely like mind-boggling. Keep in mind, this is a 4-minute long video. So hopefully YouTube, which by the way, 53, who I thought was maybe not going to get allowed onto YouTube, did get onto YouTube. So it's like, yeah, who knows, right? But yeah, here we go. Mormon dating show. And pay particular attention to the redhead. All right, let's get going here.
Okay, the first woman who wants to introduce themselves, step forward.
Okay, I'm Riley. I'm 24. I'm from Houston, Texas. And honestly, I'm down for any good adventure. I just got scuba dive certified and I'm planning to go to Australia this summer, so I'm super excited about that. And then I just picked up skiing like 2 years ago, and I honestly love any themed party. Like, those are like my favorite things to go to, my favorite things to plan. And I'm looking for someone that wants to be my adventure buddy, and it's someone that I can trust in and is gonna be there for me. Aww. I wanted to go first because I thought all of these amazing people I'm with, I got to know them before the show, are literally amazing, and I felt like I needed to stand up and put myself out there first so I could like at least put myself out there and there was a chance.
Yeah. Okay, if any gentlemen would like to get to know Riley more, please step forward.
They're nervous. They're
Come on,
scared.
guys.
They're so scared. Come on.
Okay, Riley, we're gonna have you sit down, but thank you for introducing yourself.
I think I probably shouldn't have gone up first. But I mean, I put myself out there. I'm proud of what I put out there. It kind of is not the best thing when no one stood up. Like, it is a little frustrating. It feels like no one ever wants to like pick me. Not that I want to be a pick me girl, but it is nerve-wracking, but it happened, and it is what it is. I guess it's their loss that they didn't want to get to know me more, but I thought might as well put myself out there because you never know what's going to happen.
For many people, watching something like this, it hurts them. They see a woman.
Anyway, so yeah, need I say more? So that second part I'm just going to leave out. You saw the video. I've seen multiple reviews on it. Now, there are two basic takes. Now, the one that the feminists saw on purpose edited out the fact that there was a curtain between the two groups so they couldn't actually see each other. So when you actually look at that and you listen, like I actually did that. Because I saw the video. So what I actually did is that I replayed the video, but I turned away, and keep in mind I already knew what she looked like and everything, but I turned it away, and I just put myself in the position of a guy that had listened to that. And I was like thinking, what about that? What is it about this particular woman that actually kind of stands out? And the thing that immediately stood out is the fact that, I mean, like, it's all I, me, blah, blah, blah. It's all of those things, right? Now, she also is kind of dressed kind of frumpy, but again, they can't actually see what she's wearing, so they don't know, right? The feminist videos, they're calling men misogynistic and blah, 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 and all of those things that you typically would expect feminists to call men based on, but again, right, the videos that were given out to the feminist community were like this. And of course, right, it's like when you get into this, well, also, man, her voice is really, like, I got to admit, man, the more I listen to her voice, like, the more annoying she gets. Also the I, me. She doesn't actually suggest, and again, I'm not looking to hook up. I'm not looking to get married or anything like that. But I mean, right, everything that she said sounded like she was going to be high maintenance, expensive. She's going to expect the guy to center his life around her. By the way, that's not a very uncommon thing with current this new modern generation of women. And it was like, yeah, like there's multiple things wrong with her approach. Now, maybe she's not like that, because I mean, now that I've gotten a better look at her, okay, I'm going to give her about a 6. Like, the body is better than what the clothes presented her to be, right? Her presentation really sucked, though. And it is a mic, and this is something that, I mean, in the manosphere, this has been brought up multiple times. She really did not appear to be particularly adroit about what, especially Mormon men, she does not appear to be particularly adroit about what modern male men are looking for, what men are specifically looking for, especially men that are looking to get married. By the way, that the number of men that are looking to get married is dropping off at a precipitous rate right now. And there's a reason for that. And I don't mean to disparage the men who have kids, but I mean, yeah, there's a reason for that. And it's not just, well, when I get into this, and I've mentioned, I talk about this more on my The Rookie 5 live stream, which, by the way, hopefully I will be bringing back in some form or fashion now that my employment situation is a whole lot better than it was before. the whole situation is that, I mean, when I go, like, for instance, these feminists that go onto the manosphere sites, for instance, on Facebook, they never come in with a convincing argument. Like, the white, and I talked about this, for instance, on the Rookie live stream number 8. They come in with a bunch of ad hominem, or they come in with a bunch of rhetoric or academic, or they put a nice academic feel on a situation that is quite clearly not, that just basically is just like anti-male hate or misandry, and they just put a nice intellectual bow tie on it. And when, for instance, if you go to my Naroki 5 live stream, I've done a couple of episodes just on memes. And I always emphasize when I do those memes episodes, by the way, there is going to be another memes episode coming up there at some point. I don't know when that's going to be. But the situation is the fact that, I mean, like, the rhetoric coming off the women's side right now is they treat men like they're predators. They treat men like they're stupid. They treat men like they're disposable utilities. They treat men like they're supposed to fucking drop everything and pedestalize women, right? And they also do a lot, and particularly this one named Lainey Molnar, who's I am probably going to do a Rookie 5 live stream about as well. They come up with rhetoric to justify their toxic behavior in all its forms. Like, one of the big things that's going around right now is nose ring theory, or septum ring, or as Hammerhand calls it, the bull ring is what he calls it. I also call it the bull ring. I'm going to point out that Miss 2016, who played a significant part in me actually going into live streaming, had a nose ring. Not a particularly big one, just a small one. Just hold on a second. But yeah, you might want to go back and have a listen. In fact, maybe what I'll do is I will replay that part. Close your eyes and just listen to what this woman says. And then I'm going to turn it over to V. So here we go again.
Okay, the first woman who wants to introduce themselves, step forward.
Okay, I'm Riley. I'm 24. I'm from Houston, Texas. And honestly, I'm down for any good adventure. I just got scuba dive certified, and I'm planning to go to Australia this summer, so I'm super excited about that. And then I just picked up skiing like 2 years ago, and I honestly love any themed party. Like, those are like my favorite things to go to, my favorite things to plan. And I'm looking for someone that wants to be my adventure buddy, and it's someone that I can trust in and is gonna be there for me. Aww. I wanted to go first because I thought, all of these amazing people I'm with, I got to.
Okay, yeah, so there. With that, I'm going to turn it over to V. I counted somewhere between 13 and 16 times where she said either I, me, or my, and nothing about what she brings to the table for the other guys. But I'm going to turn this over to V so that V can have his say.
Well, I experience this all the time. My again, I'll speak from experience. So, I thought I had a little special situation, but it seems to be, more rampant. And I mean, with my situation, I'm married to I'm with someone who is from an important family in Europe, a very important family. They have their royal history and so forth. And I literally call I call my little woman the princess because she's a princess, and I swear to God, she I could be doing this, I could be doing that, and sometimes I get fed up, and because she does want to run things, and it's like, no, no, this is not how things are working. You're not bringing anything to the table right now. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, what are you bringing to the table? And it's like after, like, I, everything that I do and everything that I've done, it's like I just want to put her in a closet and lock the door and leave her in there for a couple days. It's so infuriating because there's no appreciation. Even if you do everything, there's no appreciation. But yeah, no, there are these people who think that there are these females who think their vaginas are just so golden, they're so special. Now, me, I've had over 100 one-night stands. Okay, now it's not because I'm some male dog and I just treat women like they're just usable and throw them away. It's quite the opposite, actually. I I get with the woman, I entertain the woman, I show her what I'm about, and it's like the night happens, whatever, and it's like okay, well I'll see you around. You got my number, and it's like I don't get a call back. This is proven. I've proven this as an actual factual societal issue. Okay, I've run the gauntlet over hundreds of one night stands that could have been relationships had they just called me back and valued me as a person. Okay, because to me, I'm the prize. It's not about them. I'm the prize. That is one thing I can say about my current relationship. I mean, this is a woman. She fought off other women to snatch me up, and she got me. She got me because she made me feel like I was the prize. Okay, so I understand how they feel, but yet you gotta understand that can work both ways. So yeah, I mean, I could have had potentially so many relationships had I got a call back, but it never happened. So, it is what it is.
Is that it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Perfect timing here. Okay. On screen is Julia Perry. She is the CEO of Cracker Barrel. By the way, folks, I am going to have to be rather apologetic for this. The Robbie Starbuck video on this is is 15 minutes long. So yeah, before we even get into this, I just have to give you that warning before I start the video, because this is a very long, this is probably the longest video that I've ever actually posted up on RPN. And a lot of it is relevant, which is why I really couldn't edit it particularly well. But he probably describes the whole situation even probably better than I could. And a lot of the stuff both me and V are probably going to say are probably going to be just repeats of what Robbie Starbuck has been talking about. But without any further ado, Robbie Starbuck and Cracker Barrel. Again, 15 minutes, 20 seconds long. So yeah, it goes on for a while. Here we go.
You've probably heard by now about Cracker Barrel changing their logo from old American nostalgia to cold, dead, lifeless, and modern. In a comedic way, as one friend said to me, they removed the cracker and the barrel, so what's left now? And the answer's nothingness. The same nothingness that the left wants you to stomach in every other facet of your life. And if you think this is just a logo change, you're wrong.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie, I'm a big fan of what you do and your wife.
Corporate America listens to this guy. I'm a little scared of him, too.
This is the Robbie Starbuck Show. We investigated Cracker Barrel, and what I'm about to show you is a company infested with left-wing activists who are more interested in safe spaces, pronouns, and virtue signaling than they are in their customers. I think the best way to start is by telling you what you've been funding if you've gone to Cracker Barrel in recent years. So let's start with Nashville Pride. Yes, Cracker Barrel is a proud sponsor of Nashville Pride and have been part of it for over a decade, along with participating for multiple years in Evansville, Indiana's Third River City Pride event. They even made LGBTQ+ rocking chairs for these Pride events, the same Pride rocking chair that they put front and center in their Tennessee corporate office and at their 2019 Managers Conference for the Cracker Barrel managers. That Tennessee corporate office I mentioned is located in a place called Wilson County, one of the most conservative counties that you will find in America. The fact that it's located there is important to this story because what's happened here is a microcosm of the parasitic operating procedure of left-wing activists. Like a parasite, they embed and spread. They don't just want to force their soulless, godless, hedonistic vision of the future onto blue hellscapes that their party controls. No, it's much more important to them that they shove it down into your towns, into your kids' schools, and into your way of life. So sticking a pro-trans rocking chair into their headquarters in a predominantly conservative town is exactly the type of thing they revel in doing. And for a food service company, you might be thinking their focus should be good food and good service, but their own website says, quote, "This year, Cracker Barrel's focus was to be a part of the Pride experience." And they're very proud of their pro-trans rocking chairs, let me tell you. They call it, quote, "bringing the front porch to Pride." And if you think that's out of alignment with their customers, well, you're right, but it doesn't end there. The Cracker Barrel website says that they believe that diversity and pride are pillars that should guide decision-making year-round. In fact, to uphold these values, Cracker Barrel also engaged with the HRC and the Out and Equal Advocates Workplace Conference. More on the HRC later, but let's dive into Out and Equal. For those who don't know, Out and Equal is an organization focused on forcing sexuality and transgenderism into the workplace. Cracker Barrel sponsored their conference and really went the extra mile by creating rocking chairs in every color of the LGBTQ+ pride flag. This was part of a large DEI push at Cracker Barrel corporate in recent years. Cracker Barrel was so devoted to this DEI push before most even knew DEI was a thing that they were given an award by the Out and Equal Advocates for having 2018's top LGBT ERG group. Yes, Cracker Barrel has a special group for LGBTQ+ employees. Again, back in my day, a club about the sex you like to have at work would have been called sexual harassment, but now it's apparently empowering and virtuous if you make a club about it. That's not the only award they've won, though. No, they also won Nashville LGBT Chamber of Commerce's award for corporate diversity. To really drive home how out of touch the company's become, here's a photo of a former Cracker Barrel employee's cubicle, where you can see his pronouns listed on his Out and Equal name tag, along with what appears to be a Gay Pride FBI logo and various virtue signaling signs. Cracker Barrel also took part in something called the Southern States Forum, where they discuss how to advance the far-left agenda and normalize transgenderism and their causes in southern states. At this forum, they did a workshop on the Cracker Barrel, quote, timeline of progress. This is about advancing LGBTQ+ issues. So are you getting Cracker Barrel vibes yet? I doubt it, but buckle in, because the crazy train is just leaving the station. Now back to the HRC. If you're not familiar with the HRC and you thought of Hillary Clinton, somehow the actual HRC is worse than Hillary. In fact, In the most Orwellian twist, their full name is the Human Rights Foundation. With such a name, you might expect them to speak up for trafficking victims, free speech, religious freedom, or maybe young girls who suffer from genital mutilation in third world countries. But again, you'd be wrong. They actually support the mutilation that left-wing activists call, quote, gender-affirming care for children. And yes, they support the hormones, the surgeries, all of it. The HRC also absolutely hates President Trump. And their president called President Trump a white nationalist who hates America during this last election.
We can have a 34-time felony convicted wannabe white nationalist dictator in office.
The HRC, they want workplaces pushing pronouns, transgenderism, full medical coverage for transitions, and to fund pride events both inside the workplace and outside the workplace. In fact, in this image posted by a former Cracker Barrel employee, you'll see that they've sponsored the HRC's, quote, equality dinner for at least 10 years. They even got a shout out on stage from the HRC for their dramatic embrace of wokeness.
In all of the ways, Cracker Barrel, I see you. I am so thankful that you are here because I have been wanting that hash brown casserole for a long time, and now I feel like I can go back and do it. I see you. I am just thrilled.
Now remember that cubicle before? It belonged to a former employee who was actually a part of the HRC's Business Advisory Council in Washington, D.C. A very proud moment for Cracker Barrel executives, I'm sure. In fact, his LinkedIn says he's still on the council today. That employee, Steve Smotherman, was also the head of management training and development at Cracker Barrel for 15 years. That explains a lot. So this ideology has been permeating the company since as early as 2005. He left in 2020 to form a corporate consulting company and later to work for Out and Equal, no doubt to advance his cause in more workplaces. And if you think maybe the ideology left with him, you'd be wrong. Meet Rachel Campbell. She acts as the manager of training and development at Cracker Barrel. She's also similarly very excited about their LGBT rocking chairs. And it's important to note all of this because these types of employees play a critical role in turning companies away from the values of their customers and moving the companies toward wokeness. That guy I mentioned, he is the archetype activist employee that fueled the rise of DEI in corporate America. When he was at the company, the HRC and Cracker Barrel were so tight that Cracker Barrel even brought in an HRC representative named Beck Bailey to do a training on transgenderism and pronouns. I'm sure this was extremely helpful with the rush of customers they have that want to be called by they, them, or zim, zer pronouns, because that's apparently the clientele they're after today. Now, you might also be interested to know that for a good while, Cracker Barrel participated in the HRC's woke social credit scoring system called CEI scoring. This scoring system measures what lengths you are willing to go to bend over backwards, signaling your support for transgenderism through funding transitions, funding pride, messaging pride, supporting transitioning kids, and much more. Knowing that, you might not be surprised to find out that Cracker Barrel Corporate once had pamphlets passed out on how to support, quote, LGBTQ+ youth, and pamphlets on Coming Out Day. These pamphlets include helpful sections on creating, quote, safe zones for LGBT people and how they, quote, will not tolerate heterosexist or cisgenderism comments and actions. If you happen to make one of these comments, which I assume are as little as believing boys can't be girls and girls can't be boys, then the pamphlet informs you that you will be educated. But I think they meant re-educated, right? I think that is what they meant. These pamphlets were part of the push to build LGBTQ+ allyship at the company. It probably won't surprise you either at this point to find out that a vice president at Cracker Barrel attended the 2024 DEI Industry Roundtable, where she encouraged all employees to champion DEI, and not just those with DEI in their title or diversity in their title. The company had set up a diverse supplier program as well, focused on bringing DEI into how they select suppliers. They also partnered with Middle Tennessee Diversity Forum, and they worked with something called Conexión Americas. To put this in perspective, here's an opinion piece written by the executive director of Conexión Americas, Renata Soto, where she says they partnered with lawyers to help illegal immigrants, and she goes on to message how deportations have created such dark times and virtue signal all the other ways they help illegal immigrants. Now, if you go on the Cracker Barrel website, you can find a page that also signals support for the LGBTQ+ Stonewall riots. You've probably heard of these riots before, but what you might not know about the Stonewall Inn, where all of this took place, is it was also the site of illegal drug dealing, reported teenage prostitution, also known as rape, and it was owned by the mafia. These facts are conveniently always left out when people talk about Stonewall, because then you might start thinking that raiding such a place was maybe a good idea. The truth is, legacy media has worked very hard to whitewash what really went on at Stonewall, because it was dark. On their website, you can also find a page telling you that they work very hard to build and nurture diverse partnerships and diverse representation in advertising, along with educating and advocating for a, quote, inclusive work environment. So where's this virtue signaling coming from? I have a few ideas, but first to my mind is the fact that they have a board member by the name of Gilbert Davila. He was brought onto the board in 2020 at the height of DEI's rise. So what qualified him for this board seat? Well, you see, he's owned a DEI consulting and strategy firm for 15 years that focuses on pushing DEI and DEI advertising. People like him are behind the woke advertising push that we've seen in recent years, and he was also one of the people responsible for DEI at Disney, where he served as a vice president to oversee, quote, global diversity. Now I have to ask again, does this feel like a man, a board, or a company that actually understands their customers, who, by the way, hold the future of this company in their hands? Obviously not. But that's the point. Companies stopped listening to and stopped caring about their customers and what they wanted. Activists got bold and then bolder. They decided they would shove their values down your throat and you would like it or you would choke on them. But they made a critical mistake. You see, a movement born out of hatred for America could never understand the resilience Americans have. It could never understand the contempt we'd build for a political class that tried to steal our country and our culture from us. They could never understand that people would rise to restore what had been stolen from us. It's very, very important to understand that the Cracker Barrel story is not about a logo. It's not at all about a logo. It is about a country, it is about our heritage, and it is about our culture. It's about a power structure built to tell us that we are somehow backwards, embarrassing, or bigoted. That whiteness or American pride is something to be ashamed of or hidden at all costs. It's about an elite class who sneered and snickered at us as they profited off of us. It's about the way the left took everything we grew up loving and attempted to destroy it. They thought we were stupid. They thought we would pay for our own destruction forever, but we aren't stupid and we won't pay for it anymore. You see, some of us saw what was happening and we planned. We saw the push to replace Americans with illegals. We saw the push to replace national pride with sexual pride. We saw the push to replace our heritage with cultural Marxism. We saw the push to replace God with anything hedonistic. We saw the infiltration of leftism into our schools. We saw everything. And so our people moved into positions of power little by little. And now that wave of sanity that America's feeling again, it feels like it's so sudden. It's not. It has begun, but it has not gotten anywhere near completion, and we will not stop. We will be relentless because we have to be, frankly. And because that is what our country, our kids, and our culture deserve. What our enemies have yet to understand is that our people are embedded in your boardrooms, in your classrooms, in your C-suite, in your cubicles, and in your meetings. You have no safe space anymore. We are everywhere. We are on Wall Street, we are on Main Street, and we are on your street. We want our country back, and so we're taking it back. And the future will not save you. Because, you see, smart companies, they are planning for the future. They see what my viewers already know to be true. While the left demonized family and aborted their kids, people like me had 4 kids. We raised them right. We were not afraid to talk about politics and religion like our parents' generation was. Our kids, they're now on track to be the most conservative generation in 100 years. We won't be going back. The progress we make, our kids will build on. And you can count on that. Over the last year, our movement has killed woke policies at some of the biggest companies on earth. And companies that fight us, that test us, they meet their economic demise. When we targeted Tractor Supply, they lost $2 billion in market cap. When we targeted John Deere, they lost 10. When we targeted Harley-Davidson, they fought back for the longest out of any company until finally caving to us, and it has utterly destroyed them that they fought us. I can go on and on down a list. Now, which path will Cracker Barrel take? I don't know, and honestly, I don't particularly care because we've won. They just don't know it yet. You see, their options now are to apologize, fix this, have heads roll, and get back to sanity, in which case we win, or economic Armageddon. They'll stretch this out and have multiple horrific earnings reports as they realize people stop going to shop there and to eat there. Either way, we win. It's just a matter of choosing the easier fix-it path now or the more painful path later. The choice is theirs. So it's their time for choosing now, but we are not going to give our money to people who hate us, hate our values, and hate our country. A conservative can't give their money to Cracker Barrel. A Christian cannot give their money to Cracker Barrel. And so we won't. It's critical that we spread the word about this so our friends and family know what's going on. And I don't care about monetizing this video. Take it, use it, clip it, post it anywhere you want. You can monetize it yourself for all I care. Take the evidence that I've put out though and make your own content. I don't care how you do it, but make sure you expose this company for who they really are. And to the good people employed at Cracker Barrel, I'm sorry this is happening, but I know many of you stand with us and we stand with you. You want your company and country back, and so do we. So together, we go forward. Until next time, fight the good fight and never back down.
This is the Robbie Starbucks Show.
So yeah, the person you're seeing here, she's one of the people involved in it. First of all, just NV, you gotta just take a look at this photo of her. Why the fuck do they always look like this? V, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Yeah, why the fuck do they always look like this? Have you not noticed that? They all look like this, or most of them anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a type. Huh? It does.
Sorry, I had to switch it out. I have to switch it every 2.5 minutes here. So, yeah. I'm surprised that Robbie Starbuck didn't go after Cracker Barrel a whole lot sooner than he actually did. I personally suspect, well, I mean, here's what happened. I mean, you had, of course, Tractor Supply and John Deere and Harley Davidson and Jack Daniels and a couple of other places that immediately got exposed. And of course, HRC and those places, they pulled down all of the companies that were corporately endorsing them. And a lot of the companies that were on this list, because there's this thing called the Internet Archive, they went back and they stopped supporting. But there's still, the people that were in there that were making those decisions. And by the way, that also applies with Disney as well. Oh, it definitely applies with Disney. The people who are making, and this was something that got mentioned a couple of times, that what they were going to do is that after there was this initial slaughter of these companies, is that these companies would bury this, but still continue on with it clandestinely. And the only problem is that even if they're trying to do this clandestinely, at some point, they still have to step out into the open. I'm the one company that I'm thinking about that this would apply to right away would be NASCAR. NASCAR is going to make a huge blunder at some point, and they're going to find themselves on the nasty end of this as well. Robbie Starbuck revealed a whole bunch of stuff going on behind the scenes with this company. And like, you're looking at this and you're, again, though, you got to go back and it's Disney, obviously, but again, Tractor Supply, John Deere, Harley Davidson, Jack Daniels, and a couple of other ones, right? Like, they saw these companies go down. They saw them go down. And they went ahead and they continued to do this stuff anyway, which is either profound stupidity, complete dedication to dogma, or just or as the case was, for instance, with John Bolton, this arrogant belief that they simply were not going to get touched by it. And the problem is that no matter how far you push this, at some point you have to step out into the open and you have to make your presence known to the general public, and you have to start to push this publicly. And that is exactly what happened here. They finally decided to push it out into the open publicly. And that, I'm guessing that Robbie Starbuck and and that Robbie Starbuck was going, that they've got a list of these companies that either they couldn't call out immediately because they weren't being blatant about it. Like, I don't think you could get any more blatant than the CEO of Harley Davidson going to a convention and saying that he's the Taliban for DEI, right? Like, I don't think you could get any more blatant than that, right? So, it's, but here's the other part on this again, right? Like, how I found out about this, and I think V, you're going to find this rather interesting. How I found out about this was on Twitter or X. What was going on here is, and this is absolutely stupid, but this is something that comes up. Some woman posted up how guys in the manosphere are freaking out about a restaurant. And it was like, I went back and I looked, like Andrew Wilson has got a definite conservative leaning, but I didn't hear anything from him. I didn't see anything on any of the other major manosphere podcasts about this. And I was like, sorry, why did you drag us into this? I'm going to say this again to the people listening who are hate listeners. And I know there's probably a couple of you out there. Manosphere does not actually have a political leaning. There is nobody in the manosphere that is actually going to say, yeah, go out and vote for this person. Because for the most part, I mean, while they're definitely not going to be voting for the NDP or the Liberals or the Democrats or the Greens, in all likelihood, I have actually met members of the manosphere that have, though. Yes, people in the manosphere tend to lean maybe a little bit to the right, but by no means are you going to see a guy in the manosphere or a significant portion of the manosphere go and start losing their shit because Cracker Barrel changed their fucking logo and did all of these other things, right? Like, that had to be the stupidest goddamn comment on this. And of course, you've got all of the other left-wing people, and of course, they're doing the usual thing, cry baby, grow up, blah, 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 blah. And it's just, again, it doesn't work because it's like, it's the same old playbook, right? And it's like, and while I am not Christian myself, and while I've never been into a Cracker Barrel myself, it's like, I totally understand why they're angry about this. And yes, they would be angry about this. And if you have a problem with that, you could take your gaslighting and shove it up your ass. Okay? Cracker Barrel chose to do this. They have been choosing to do this now for the better part of 2 decades, right? They chose to go ahead and do this despite the fact that they had seen Tractor Supply, Disney, John Deere, Harley Davidson, Jack Daniels, and a few other companies. Planet Fitness, there's another one. You're seeing these companies bite the bullet over this, and they've seen what happens to these companies when they choose to double down and they choose to fight, and they end up losing. Cracker Barrel is going to end up losing. And yeah, this is also the case now, BlackRock is in trouble too. By the way, BlackRock is on the list. Folks, BlackRock is probably on the list. At some point, the Pritzkers, BlackRock, George Soros, or the Open Society led by his son Alex Soros, those places are going to start facing some real legitimate heat. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not today, but, their ability to control the narrative is slipping by the day. Like, you can have an MSNBC talking head insult quote unquote conservatives for being a bunch of crybabies over the change of a logo. But again, right, that's not what this is. This is not just the changing of a logo. Right? And I didn't mention this because you weren't around for Roblox. Because what happened with Roblox when I was covering that last week was that Roblox was knowingly looking the other way while pedos were clearly operating on their site. And, not only were pedos operating on their site, but they also had LGBTQ organizations, they had BLM, they had Antifa, they had all of these. They were giving them free and unfettered access to kids, not just pedos, right? And they got exposed, and Roblox is also now in big fucking trouble. And it's like, okay, maybe BlackRock or Vanguard or Fleet Street is going to come in with money again to bail your sorry asses out. What's going to happen when that money runs out? Assuming that it already hasn't. Right? What's going to happen when BlackRock starts taking heat? What's going to happen when Fleet Street and Vanguard start taking real heat? What's going to happen when the Pritzkers take heat? What's going to happen when the George Soros money machine in Europe starts to have when they start turning their attention to those guys and start turning those spigots off? Right? Like, this is not over, right? Cracker Barrel will have to fucking fall in line. And again, while I have some very distinct negative memories about right-wing censorship, in fact, I saw a video today that told me, and I actually watched it for about 5 minutes before I turned it off, that because I like role playing and I like cosplay and that sort of thing, that I was in league with the devil. I'm an atheist. There is no devil, right? But I understand that not everybody shares my point of view on this. And I don't insult another person for having a different point of view unless that person decides to mind my business. And that's what Robbie Starbuck was talking about. These individuals in these corporations are minding everybody's business. And what's gone on is that now the conservatives are actually returning the favor, and they're putting people into these positions. So there's even less their ability to get away with this stuff is decreasing by the day. So, that's really all I have to say on it. I'm sure V has got something to say on this. So V, take it away.
I'm not gonna say when, but there's this woman who took me out on a date, and our first date, she took me to a Cracker Barrel. This is the first date that she paid for things. I actually paid for the first date and actually went to a nice steakhouse. But it's her turn to take me out, and yeah, she decides to take me to a Cracker Barrel. That was the white woman, okay, and yeah, she thought, and in retrospect, later on, she thought it was just so hilarious taking me to the Cracker Barrel. I didn't think it was too funny. I'd never been inside a Cracker Barrel. This was up in Wisconsin, and yeah, I don't know. It was different, but yeah, I don't know. Just there was an invisible statement she made by taking me to the Cracker Barrel. I didn't appreciate that, and that's all I'm going to say.
That's interesting. I thought you were going to say a whole lot more about it, but apparently you're a man of few words today. Yeah, to be continued. You're going to be seeing a lot more of this. And here is the really frightening part, because I didn't include it in this week's list of topics because we were already at 7 already. But, in the past 2 or 3 weeks, I have seen Gavin Newsom, for instance, talk about starting to quote unquote play tough with the with the right. And I've also twice in the last 4 weeks seen sharing on Libs of TikTok of TikTokers openly talking about engaging in violence against people with Trump and MAGA hats. And I'm starting to see more and more. And I'm already, for instance, in Canada, the big issue right now is Alberta separation. And one of the big things that comes up around Alberta separation is that you're seeing people go out and champion it. And there's already been a couple of videos that I've seen where individuals have actually started to try and pick fights with people who are in support of it, right? So this is going to escalate. Don't make any bones, don't deceive yourself. This is going to escalate. And it's potentially going to get violent, especially for instance, and again, I didn't put this in here, that judge who says that they can't have any more transfers out to that quote unquote alligator Alcatraz spot in Florida. And they're acting like that's a big win. It's not the win you think it is. It's gonna get shut down on appeal, and that judge is not going to be given access to anything around government activities ever again, right? So it's they're starting to lose in the courts as well. So I mean, when the court options start to dry up, that's when you're going to actually. We've already seen examples of violence, by the way. There's already been, for instance, that guy who killed those firemen in Idaho. And there's also that group of Antifa activists that went up and tried and shot up that ICE compound on the border. So this is not something that's new. You're going to start seeing more and more of that as we go along. But that is an aside, and we will cover it when we get to it. In the meantime here, I will just move on to the next topic here. Let me just timestamp this. Okay, come on, teams. All right. Come on, teams. Oh, man. Why the hell? You know, this is another thing about if it wasn't Cloudflare, like when it comes to teams, I mean, the site is just so freaking twitchy. It is. It is like super goddamn twitchy. Like it just sometimes it just won't come up at all. And that's just something else that I have noticed. But anyway, let me go into this. The next topic is well, I mean, I've said what the next topic is. All right, yeah. So there's a bit of a trade war going on between Canada and the US right now. Well, guess what Mark Carney did today? I will just post it up. It's only 1 minute and 11 seconds, so it's not nearly as long as some of the other ones. But yeah, here we go. Mark Carney on the trade war. He threw in the towel, just so you know. But here you go.
So let's be absolutely clear. Canada currently has the best trade deal with the United States. And while it's different from what we had before, it is still better than that of any other country. So as we work to address outstanding trade issues with the United States, it's important, it's vital. We do everything we can to preserve this unique advantage for Canadian workers, Canadian businesses. And doing so will require both building on a soon-to-be revised CUSMA, our free trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico, as well as developing a new form of trade and security partnership with the United States. In this context, and consistent with Canada's commitment to CUSMA, I'm announcing today that the Canadian government will now match the United States by removing all of Canada's tariffs on U.S. goods specifically covered under CUSMA.
So there we go. Carney threw in the towel on the trade war, which was probably all for the best, by the way. So again, Carney, and this is another Canada thing, but it also involves the U.S. Mark Carney won the prime ministership because he kind of caught Pierre Poilievre kind of sleeping at the wheel over the Trump situation, and he was able to play specifically back east. He was able to play off of the specific anti-Trump rhetoric, specifically like the Laurentian Basin and the Lower Mainland in particular. And he was able to come into power, and he made a lot of noise, but when he actually met up with Donald Trump, he actually threw in the towel pretty goddamn quickly. And, the whole situation with that is the fact that, this is not a particularly smart move. Carney is walking, because of Alberta separation, Carney is walking on a very, very tight line right now. He cannot afford, in particular, to be alienating. Definitely cannot afford to be alienating Alberta at this point, because Alberta, and this has been said a number of times, Alberta is paying for the bulk of the social services in a lot of the provinces, in particular with Quebec. And, he cannot really be like in Canada, the specific issue that is taking place in Canada, as opposed to the United States, is that Canada is much more heavily urbanized than the United States is. Like the majority, like a far larger majority of the citizens of Canada live in the urban areas than do in the US. And a lot of that has to do with the weather, by the way. That dynamic means, and that's why the reason why the trucker convoy protest was such a big thing up here, is that the transportation supply corridor in Canada and the whole transportation infrastructure in Canada it needs to be protected and nursed and taken care of to a much greater degree. Well, I say much greater degree, but to a greater degree than it is in the US. And, Trudeau fucked with that system. And to a great degree, because he screwed with that system, certain it's not just one thing. Certain corporations took advantage of it, but I mean, there's also the gas taxes, which of course the companies that have these fleets of trucks, they pay the extra fees, but they pass those costs on to the consumers, and that daisy chains down the line, and you get a combination of higher prices, and you also get predators, financial predators, for lack of a better term, that are willing to predate people that are already struggling a little bit, and cause them to go into situations kind of like what I'm going through right now, right? And it's Carney, in choosing to go into a trade war with Donald Trump, only made the situation worse. And this is just my suspicion and my speculation, and that's exactly what I'm going to say this. It looks very much like, because Mark Carney is a money guy. Unlike Justin Trudeau, Mark Carney took a look at the books and realized that he could not engage in a sustained economic war with the United States. So, I hate to say this about the guy, but he gave in. But unfortunately, he gave in after the damage was done. So, good on him for realizing that it's probably not a very good idea to be going head-to-head with Donald Trump in the United States. By the way, our military, economic, cultural, and trading partner, and getting back to basics and just getting back to business and doing what Trump does best, which is go over, play square, play fair, and work out some type of a deal. Donald Trump wrote a whole book on that, by the way. Just saying. So, yeah, Carney caved. He should have done it sooner. There's people in the U.S. that are celebrating. I really honestly can't blame him. Carney got in because he went on an anti-Trump tirade, which he is paying for several times over. And maybe not so much where I live, because Daniel Smith had enough brains to not antagonize Donald Trump and actually did some smart things, like, say, flying down to Mar-a-Lago and meeting with Donald Trump in person and discussing the issues with them. Just saying, right? Now, there's also the issue with coming back from the United States, the refined oil coming back from the United States into Canada. Again, not going to affect Alberta so much, which I suspect is why Trump did this. It is, however, going to affect Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. to a lesser extent, British Columbia, right? Which is, I suspect, one of the reasons why he did it. And again, right, Carney decided to fuck around, and now Mark Carney is finding out. Should have done it sooner. In fact, he should have never, ever even started it. And I am beginning to understand now why Donald Trump, actually, when Donald Trump said he would have preferred the liberals to win as opposed to the conservatives, because it's like, yeah, like Mark Carney, he knows that the Liberal Party here, because he dealt with that slimy serpent Trudeau in his first term, and he knows what he's like, knew that the Liberals weren't going to have any backbone. And, well, this is what you get. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to V.
Yeah, well, Trump is a businessman, right?
Yeah, he is. So is Carney. But yeah, it's like...
well, I mean, nobody thinks businessman thinks Carney. At least no American, anyways.
Well, I stand corrected. He's not a businessman. He's a banker. Carney is a banker. Sorry, I stand corrected. Yeah. Carney is a straight up numbers guy, right?
Yeah.
Carney's got to look at the numbers and look at it and go, yeah, this isn't a good idea. I'm going to throw in the towel, right?
Well, you know, being a numbers guy, he doesn't have the feel. Donald, he's the feel the room, feel the opponent. You know, he can read the room. He can do this kind of stuff. Donald Trump can do this kind of stuff, which is why I like him being president. And I'm so sick of, I don't know, are we talking about MSN on this next one?
Yeah, we're talking about MSNBC.
Okay,
next.
so
yeah.
I'll reserve my next comment. But oh man, I'm so tired of Trump derangement syndrome. But yeah, this is Trump. Trump is my kind of guy. Okay, he's you know, he's a businessman like me. You know, I've got I've got deals where, you know, I go and I do something for somebody, and it's like I'm taking 70%. You get 30. All right, V, whatever you want. That's right. Whatever I want. You know, I've had to do advertisement, bring in advertisers. You know, take my chunk, and it's like, you know, I'm about to hit the road again to do that kind of stuff for my social network. But yeah, being a businessman, I mean, that's the kind of stuff I like. That's the kind of stuff I admire. Business is also a form of warfare. Okay, especially when you got competition and there's people you got to bleed dry, and we all know I'm all about the warfare. So I mean, I'm hearing stuff about Trump. He's doing this, he's doing that. But the only thing I can see Trump doing right now is making some money, and I'm not gonna hate him for that. So yeah, I don't know. But I definitely want to talk about MSN. So let's get moving.
Okay, so yeah, here this next video is around MSNBC changing its name to MSN. Hold on a second. Let me just I'll just post it up here, and then I will then we'll get started. Okay, here is the MSNBC now thing. Will I timestamp?
Cable news channel MSNBC is changing its name, calling itself MS Now, or My Source for News, Opinion, and the World. That's according to internal memos seen by Reuters on Monday. The rebranding comes as parent Comcast moves ahead with its planned spin-off of many of its NBC Universal cable networks, including CNBC and USA, into a separate company called Versant later this year. It's all part of a significant shift in strategy toward streaming networks. The cable channels will also lose the iconic peacock logo associated with NBC Universal, according to a Versant memo. Comcast intends to retain the legacy NBC broadcast network and its film and television studios, which are expected to fuel growth for the Peacock streaming service. Launched in 1996, MSNBC stands for Microsoft and National Broadcasting Company, a name formed through its previous partnership with Microsoft and NBC. The name has outlived its time since Microsoft pulled out of the joint venture that owned MSNBC in 2012. The network is the latest media company to undergo a rebranding. In 2023, Warner Bros. Discovery changed the name of streaming service HBO Max to just Max, only to revert back to HBO Max. And IAC-owned publisher Dotdash Meredith recently rebranded as People Inc.
Okay, so there we go. By the way, CNN is not as far down the road as MSNBC. Here's the situation, and you're going to start seeing this with not just with cable news, but you're also going to start seeing this with network news. You're going to start seeing CNN is not far behind on this. Comcast formed separate corporations on this. I suspect a lot of it has to do with the fact that MSNBC has doubled down. They're not as bad as CNN, but they have doubled down on a lot of stuff and have left themselves open to lawsuits and vicious, nasty lawsuits to boot. And, I don't think Comcast really feels like having to fork out a shit ton of money, pardon the language, to cover these lawsuits. So it's easier, I suspect, for Comcast to break these companies off and put them under a different umbrella. And this is just another speculation on my part. You're going to see it's going to be one of two roads that MS Now is going to go down. One of them is that MS Now is going to continue doing what they're doing. They're going to make a big, huge oopsie, and that big, huge oopsie is going to get them lawsuited, and they're going to fold rather than to continue on broadcasting. That's one. Or two, they're going to tone down the rhetoric, and they're actually going to start reintroducing news and not just state-run leftist propaganda, which is basically what they have been doing for the last few years. Incidentally, man, I've noticed that they got rid of Joy Reid, who is probably one of the most bigoted, hateful people on television. She's gone from MSNBC. I have noticed in the past few months that both CNN and MSNBC have gotten rid of some of their outright race stokers on their channels, from their networks, for a good reason, because they were potentially looking at lawsuits if they didn't. One of the other things that comes up, and again, to quote Rearson, Rachel Madcow. Rachel Maddow won't be bringing in the same kind of money on her next contract negotiation that she has on this one. And that's going to extend to all of the quote-unquote talent that MSNBC has. You're going to see the same thing happen in broadcast news that you saw happen in Hollywood a year ago, a year or two ago, where you're going to see a series of strikes inside the company because these companies just simply cannot afford to keep the kind of overhead that they've been running for the last few years because they don't have the financial resources. And of course, also Pfizer, Moderna, all of those pharmaceutical companies are also potentially also not just from the outside but from the inside, they're also going to start facing, I mean, yeah, like there's basically only one of two directions like the West as a whole is going to go through. The West is either going to go through a cathartic, almost kind of like a rebirth situation, which is kind of what happened at one point in the Roman Empire just before Julius Caesar took over, or the West, or most of the nations in the West, and Canada is actually right up at the top of the list, are just going to collapse in on themselves. Civil war, breakup of the country into different smaller states, so on and so on, right? So yeah, can't say that I'm overly surprised about this. Comcast is simply just protecting its ass, to be quite honest with you. That's my impression of the situation. Yeah, the whole thing with, and by the way, the logo, and I will just bring it up really quickly here. MS Now. Somebody on Twitter pointed out that actually could easily be translated into Ms. Magazine, National Organization of Women. That would also be a very stupid move if they went full feminist, because at this point, right, the manosphere is, and I got to keep saying this because a lot of people don't like hearing it, but it's true. The manosphere is growing at a shockingly fast rate. Like, shockingly fast rate. And I don't think that a lot of people are actually prepared about it. So if they go full feminist, that would be, because we talked about that with Disney suddenly realizing it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be treating men like they were idiots and insulting men for being men and all of that stuff. Like, maybe we shouldn't have been doing that. But you know what? They did. And that's on them. So, yeah, really, there's not that much else to say about it. The cathedral media or the mainstream media is dying. They are going to have to switch over to streaming, and they are going to have to become a lot more flexible, and they're definitely going to have to move away from the propaganda, because the state, no matter how much it tries to censor, and I got to point out that the laws specifically in the United States make censorship very, very difficult. It's a little bit easier here in Canada. Unfortunately for the power brokers back in Ottawa, they got a superpower right on their southern border, and that's going to limit their ability to get too dogmatic and too censorious about the things that they're doing. So, yeah, that's really all I got to say about this. Let's finish this topic.
Yeah, well, when I hear MS Now, I think of multiple sclerosis. Now, if you've been around people with multiple sclerosis, they just call it MS. MS. Anyways, so something I like to do, and I just got a brand new Android, right? I got a new device, and so I don't have like any of my history on it. Like I download various different mock YouTube type apps that gets YouTube content without the some of the features of YouTube. For example, I like to keep videos that I like, so I have a download feature and things like that. So, anyways, so no history pretty much on this device, and as some of you guys may know, I don't I hate the sound of silence when I'm trying to sleep. I need some sort of noise. I need something. Preferably, I don't watch TV anymore. I haven't watched television really since I was 12. Um, so I like to have some sort of video still going on in the background. I usually watch documentaries, things like that, on YouTube. So, uh, I was watching something quasi political, not so much, uh, um, not so much today's politics, but when you have it on autoplay, it's gonna kick out another video that's suggested, right? Right. We all know this. Okay, so I'm just sleeping, and this morning. I'm just sleeping. I'm irritated. I'm just irritated like hell. Like, why am I irritated? And I typically I'm losing this ability, but I would have the ability to be able to hear and understand what I'm listening to in my sleep. I used to do a lot of research that way. Uh, I'm losing that ability. I guess I'm getting older or not having the need to do it so much. But anyhow, I'm just so irritated this morning, and I'm trying to figure out why. And I turn over and I look at my phone to see what's playing, and it's MSNBC. Now, I quickly changed it to something else because all I'm hearing is Trump, 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 Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump evil, Batman evil, Orange Man bad. This is all I'm hearing, right? Okay, I'm gonna change this. I changed to something else. I fall asleep, and next thing you know, I'm feeling irritated again in my sleep. I wake up, look at the phone. It's back on MSNBC. I go through this process maybe like, I don't know, like 5 times this morning. I'm like, okay, I can't do this. So, and it's all about Trump, 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 Trump. Now, I have gone to sleep to some things, and I force my phone to play some Fox stuff. I I'll get on a Fox playlist, and I don't hear Biden, 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 Biden. Yeah, you're gonna hear, during that time period, during his administration, yeah, oh yeah, Biden screwed up, and then this is also what's going on else in the world. But with MSNBC, it was like Trump, 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 Trump. Like this is Biden. Or, I'm sorry, this is Trump derangement syndrome right here. Like, what the? Can they talk about anything else other than what Trump is doing wrong? Half the stuff they're saying is not even true. The other half is debatable. So it's like I don't know why, and this I forget that this happens, but YouTube, if you YouTube when it's just videos and it auto plays a video for you, and it plays news, it defaults to MSNBC, not Fox, Not even CNN. It defaults to MSNBC, which I don't think is fair. If you're gonna kick me a MSN uh, a video news uh, feed, then switch it up. Go through all the other networks too. No, YouTube refuses to do that. YouTube, I don't know what special deal they have. I don't know who's filleting who underneath the table, but that's and I'll take it back. There is another one that they cycle to, and that's PBS, the PBS News, which also hates Trump. There's so many PBS documentaries about hating Trump. It's unbelievable. I think there's more documentaries about Trump than any other president. So it's like I've been bombarded with Donald Trump hate, and it's like, okay, is there anything else going on in the world? Trump, 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 Trump. I'm not. I mean, yeah, I guess you say I'm Team Trump. As long as he's making money, I don't care. As long as I mean, the stuff that I see him doing, and and this is going to be fun, by the way. I've been packing today, so I'm about to take a trip to go and pick up my, I guess you can call her my adopted mother, uh, and she hates Trump. She she's one of these people who's rushing all of her plans, and she's making doomsday plans. She's making plans of getting out of the country because Trump is a Nazi and he's about to turn everything upside down, and the world's about to end. She's one of these people. So I just, whenever we talk,
Maybe you should ask her where she's going to actually go.
she's out of the country. She doesn't care. She might rent an apartment from someone from my woman's side of the family. They have tons of property. Anyways, so when she talks, I just let her talk. I don't debate her. I don't do anything. I just yeah, okay, yeah, all righty. But yeah, she swears she's the next Hitler. It's like, okay, well,
Oh, that's just historically not even remotely accurate. But yeah, we won't go there.
well, it's funny calling him a Nazi because, like I said, all the stuff he's been doing is the stuff I would be doing. All the stuff he said is the stuff I would have said. I'm the kind of I'm the guy. I'm that guy. I will walk to a room. If there's a meeting, whatever, I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna put my balls on the table. I'm gonna look around, see if anybody has a problem with that. Anybody has a slight eyebrow lift, I'm gonna ask them, what the hell do you want? You got a problem? That's the kind of guy I am. So I'm probably worse than Trump, to be honest with you. So it's a good thing I'm not president because I would just be making the deals. I'd be making people. Listen, it's all the stuff the school fitness test stuff. I did that when I was a kid. I don't know well, yeah, I don't know. It's sometime I guess after I graduated high school, but I didn't know they got rid of that. So that was like a no brainer. Like, yeah, let's reinstate that. Yeah, uh, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, yeah, they're all pudgy. They're soft. These kids are soft. I don't know who wants to molest them because they're soft. Let's let's get these kids. Yeah, because they are looking at a freaking screen 8 hours out of the day. Let's get them on. Let's get them working out. Let's get them. Because if the Russians invade, like my my uh my adopted mother likes to say, like if they invade, because the Russians would invade us. But no, if somebody were to invade us, we're screwed. The younger generation is not going to be able to protect their elders. It's not going to happen. So it's like he's doing all these no-brainer stuff, and he's catching hell for it. Emerson is giving him hell about everything he's doing, and I'm just totally flipping anything positive he's doing into a negative, no matter what it is. I don't agree. I used to think Fox News would take things a tad too far, but compared to MSNBC, like these people are on a mission. They're hell bent on doing everything they can to destroy the name of this man, to destroy his legacy, destroy his administration, to destroy his existence. It's like, get over it. Go climb a clock tower. Take him out. Just shut up about it. I don't care what. Just shut up about it. And I'm having to hear this in my sleep because I'm not that aware enough to wake up yet. I have to get irritated enough to wake up, and I'm hoping I don't have to experience that this following morning here, coming up morning, because I've got things to do all day. I don't need to be tired because I'm irritated from hearing Trump derangement syndrome from MSNBC.
Yep.
So yeah, that's what I wanted to rant about. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will. I'm just gonna go back here. We're just about done tonight. I actually just took a look. I don't know why it didn't appear till now, but I actually have to go call dispatch to find out whether these two shifts, because both of them one of them starts in a little over 3.5 hours, and the other one starts at 7 a.m. my time. So I gotta figure out which one of these I want to take, because I actually gotta now have to go immediately to bed here. But before
I'm pretty tired. I like to go sleep myself.
Yep. So I will prick this out with another Edmonton Filmmakers Group video. By the way, because what I've started doing is I actually have started posting up funny videos and whatnot and funny shorts. If you've got something you want to have featured, I will be happy to show it on this channel in between topics if you'd like. But for now, from the Edmonton Filmmakers Group, I present to you Working in Hell, and then I will wish to show. Then I will also go over. I am also at. Hold on a second here. I'm just going to throw the banner down. There's the banner. Patreon at the Red Pill Nation. I should have mentioned this right at the very start. Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, MGTOW TV, Brighteon, and YouTube. Minds, Gab, MeWe, Facebook, TLB Talks, and Getter. Those are the videos that I am at. Hold on a second here. And now, without any further ado, I bring to you Working in Hell, and that will take us out for tonight.
This is hell, and I have to work here. I I lick the souls and fill them with blackness, tormenting pain, suffering in torment to all the souls in hell, ripping their minds. I am the certified public accountant of hell. I work the books and look also for cost-saving measures to save on expenditures here in hell. 137.25, 42.47, 26, 26.39, 147.78, 99. Could somebody move that guy? One of the worst things about hell is the amount of sweat that accumulates. I asked the devil himself if we could write off deodorant. No. That's the usual response in this place.
And that is it for tonight, folks. Don't know when the next one's going to be. It will be at some point next week. I have a very busy schedule. I have to immediately get off here, and I have to, strangely enough, at 1:21 in the morning, I have to call someone up here to square away a shift. Thank you very much for listening to me tonight. I will see you on the next one.